Testing. We are now streaming 1 minute till broadcast.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. I'd like to call the Durham City Council work session to order for this, the 21st day of September 2023 at 1 o'clock here in City Council chambers. We welcome those who have decided to join us here in chambers, and we welcome those who have joined us via the internet. Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor O'Neill,
I am here.
Mayor Pro Tempore Middleton,
I'm here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Holsey-Hyman,
Present.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
and Councilmember Williams.
I'm here.
Thank you.
All right, just for logistical purposes, before we go into our announcements, I've had a request that we move the presentations that we have. We have Don't Waste Durham, prescriptions for repair, and a cemetery update, that we would have the item that most people are here with that will be the last presentation, which is item number 6. So just get us a thumbs up for those who are okay with that. All right. So we're gonna let our visitors go first, and then we'll come back to what is gonna claim probably most of our attention this afternoon. With that being said, I'm gonna look to my left for any announcements council may have.
I would like to hold my announcement to last, please.
All right. To my right, will anybody else? On the left? On the right? Looking to my left. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome back, ma'am, to your seat. Just very quickly, it's early voting. There's an election going on in our city. I want to remind all of our residents and citizens to, as I know you will, to participate in early voting. You can, during early voting, you can go to any of the sites. Please make sure you have your ID with you to be in compliance with the new legislation, and we don't want anybody tripped up at the polls. So please make sure you exercise your right to early vote. Madam Mayor, I also want to say something publicly that I said to my colleagues via email this week. I want to say it here on the dais. This is our first time gathering as a council since District Attorney Satana DeBerry issued her letter exonerating our honorable council member and colleague, Councilmember Holsey-Hyman. I want to celebrate with her, and I want to, her family's been through so much during this period. I want to encourage also all citizens to read everything that a District Attorney DeBerry read. Whatever else you do, you should read the entire letter from District Attorney DeBerry. I think there's some important things in there that our city should know. I think there's some important things in there for our on-ramp for this institution as well to move forward. Secondly, I also want to say to our friends in the media that I hope that the exoneration will receive as much coverage as the investigation did moving forward. I hope that we will be blanketed with that as we move forward, both in print and broadcast as we move forward. We should see just as much of that, as not more, as we did coverage of the investigation itself. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield back.
Thank you. Any other announcements from my right? All right, just briefly from me, I'd like to highlight National Night Out that's going to be coming up on October 3rd. We'll have events starting, I believe, as early as 2 o'clock that go into the nighttime, about 8 o'clock, all over Durham. And I invite everybody to take a look at the schedule. I think it's posted on our website to see what is the closest gathering to your neighborhood, and please participate. I also want to say congratulations on the groundbreaking of 132 new units of affordable housing on yesterday. We congratulate the city on its work with that, as well as we had a number of community partners down on what used to be the old Greater Joy Baptist Church ground. So congratulations to the city. That took a lot of time and effort over 5 years, self-help, Wells Fargo, DHIC, and I'm slipping on the other person that was involved, but it's a great project, and we're proud of that. And that will conclude my announcements, and we'll turn back to Councilwoman Hosey Hyman at this time.
Thank you to the residents of Durham, to my colleagues, and had a press conference yesterday, but today I'm going to speak from my heart. And I've got some colleagues from NCCU that know that they always try to keep me on point with me talking too long. But I'm going to take this time. I don't usually do a marathon announcement. But first, I'm going to give honor to God, who is the head of my life. Second, I'm going to give honor to my family, to all of the people who have stuck by me, to the residents of Durham. I truly and sincerely thank you. And I'm going to also say to two women in this that I serve on, and flowers that I gave them is not even enough, but to our mayor, Mayor Elaine O'Neill, from day one, had my back. And knew that these allegations were false. To Dejanna Freeman, from day one, that had my back. And as I said yesterday, went into protective mode to make sure that I was treated fairly. And I truly, by my heart, am so upset about the level of scrutiny that she has to endure, or had to endure, because she started to protect and care about me. So I want you to think about that. But I want to say, and the reason why I don't want to stand here is because in May, I was at this very place, and I was so excited to be part of the Final Four. Didn't even think I would get to the Final Four. And all of you on this dais, you interviewed me. I was a little nervous. I was a little scared of Mayor Pro Tem and all of you and your questions. But I came up here, and I did my best. And you chose fit to make me a colleague. So these next statements are for Councilwoman Javier Carryover, Mayor Pro Tem Mark Middleton, Wanda Page, City Attorney, City Manager, Kim Rayberg, City Attorney, Leonardo Williams, Councilman, and Julian Johnson. I have endured so much you don't know. There is no words to tell you the amount of pain that I've suffered. I've had death threats. I've been blasted through public media by some of my own colleagues on this dais because I came in with a spirit of helping. You asked me, can you be a team player? I remember that question coming from, and I said, that's what I do. I'm a social worker. I know how to work with conflict resolution. And if you are truthful, one of the first things I did when I got on this committee, this board, this council, is I took a picture of our first picture together. I put it in a frame, and I gave you all thank you cards for believing in me. I gave Christmas gifts, trying to work together, trying to give us the comrade, right? There's so many things that have been said against me. But I want to read too. And I want you to listen. And I wanted to stand here because I wanted to be able to look you all in the eyes. This was something from a public record that came out while I was going through this. And it hurt my heart, but I couldn't say anything. Middleton, did you run it by the mayor to check the box? Johnson, yes. Javier, it didn't go well. Middleton, damn, really? Johnson, yeah, she didn't want anything to do with it. Middleton, wow, hold on, I'm speaking to Johnson now. Jillian, too late. I've already sent it to Sarah Kruger and Mary Helen. And I will send it to some more. Middleton, oh no, you already sent it? Oh well, no worries. Oh no, no worries with my life? Oh well, no worries with my life?
Not our life.
Okay, let's move so you don't understand. But this is not something I made up. This is a record request.
Yes.
Okay, all right, okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Kim Rayberg, a city attorney. The memo that came out the day of these allegations never asked me, none of my colleagues, and I really believed them as colleagues, never asked me, did you do it? Did you not do it? Come and talk to me. And I'm going to say something else. I'm a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and there are 2 men on this dais that are members of fraternities, that are my brother's fraternities, and never said, let me call you over on the shield. Let me sit and have a conversation with you and ask you, did you do something? Right? Okay, I'm not going to read this whole memo that was sent out that I didn't even know about. I was at work teaching my students, and the mayor called me and said, baby girl, check your email. It is unlikely that a developer would report conduct that has no factual information or no malicious intent, particularly a developer who regularly brings matters before the city. I'm going to read that again. It is unlikely that a developer would report conduct that has no factual basis or no malicious cause or harm, particularly a developer who regularly brings matters before the council. There are so many other statements that I could read that I've had to deal with over the last 7 months. But I'm not going to take the time that some people usually do and have a marathon situation today, because we're here for you. We're here to make sure that you get your money, okay? But I want you, but I don't think you understand the things that I've lost. As I said yesterday, I was up for a dean position. I was up for a vice president position. I had to take the money that I saved for my daughter to go to law school to get an attorney. I'm not rich. This is why I worked a couple of jobs. But I'm hurt. I'm deeply hurt because as a woman who came from humble beginnings, who came from public assistance and welfare, and Middleton, you know, because we come from the same cloth, okay? Okay? To come and be able to go to Binghamton at 16, to go to Columbia. People say, why are you talking about? Because I never thought I would be able to do that. And then a 30-year career, an 18-year career, and then I'm blessed to become a politician, to be elected, to be appointed. I want you to say this. I want you to understand what you put my family through. I want you to understand what you put the residents through. I want you to understand that every time I came in here, I didn't know if I could hold my head up. And yes, I want to say, yes, Middleton, you did. One or anybody else, you did send me but you usually do that. You usually, you know, when something happens, you usually come back with it. So I don't know if it's for record requests or do you really mean it? I don't know. But I will say, at least you did do it. The rest of your colleagues did nothing. did nothing. You tried to ruin my life. And all I tried to do was come in and be a colleague, and I really was excited. I was so excited to be able to work to the residents of Durham. I was excited. I was like, I don't know everything, but I'm gonna get in here and learn. And I said to you, I said, I've always had a great deal of respect for you. I've always had a great deal of respect for you. I am deeply troubled. I am deeply hurt and pain because not one of you came yesterday to stand with me, but Deidre Freeman was there and the mayor. If you didn't do anything, and if you didn't have any kind of vicious intent to do this to me, yes, you did call me. You did send me a text. Thank you for that. But the rest of you, you did not. All I'm going to say is, I hope nobody else ever goes through what I went through. I thank the residents again. I thank my mayor. I thank Deidre Freeman. And stop attacking her character. She stood up for me. The rest of them tried to sink me. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
As a part of the official record for the city, I do want to note that we did receive via email on September 19, 2023, from Santana DeVere Prosecutorial District 16, which is Durham County. She sent a 3-page letter. I will ask that all citizens take note of that letter, and also I would like for the record to indicate that I'll read the recommendation into the minutes today. Recommendation, given the results of the FBI investigation, there is no probable cause to pursue charges against Council Member Hosey Hyman. In fact, the FBI was unable to discover any credible allegations against her at all. There is no evidence that she solicited a campaign contribution from Jared Edens or that she attempted to extort anything from him in exchange for her vote on his development project. There is also no evidence that Hosey Hyman solicited campaign work from a city employee. Additionally, there's also no evidence that there was a coordinated effort led by any other council member to initiate allegations against Hosey Hyman. Based on the available facts and further interviews, there is no reporting party with any credible information in this letter. As far as state criminal issues are concerned, this matter is closed. Sincerely, Santana DeBerry, District Attorney, 16th Prosecutorial District. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something you wanted to say?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank you for reading the recommendations into the record. I want to thank Councilmember Hosey Hyman as well. We cannot imagine what her family has gone through. And at a time when we should be celebrating her exoneration, unfortunately, this has morphed into attacking everybody except the person who actually did it. Who's that? Excuse me. Our district attorney, who engaged in a thorough investigation, said that if she's credible on one part, she's got to be credible on the other part. You can't take it and parse it. The same letter that cleared Councilmember Hyman is the same letter that unequivocally and without ambiguity said there's no evidence that any member of this council engaged in untoward behavior. Now, if you can take one part of it and dismiss the other part of it. Either she did a good job or she didn't do a good job. The other utterance that I made that Councilmember Hyman did not mention is the utter trouble and utter discomfort I feel with the behavior, and I actually raised the possibility of us taking action as a council against the person who actually said it, who actually leveled the charges. Manager Page, Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Caballero, and myself did not make these charges up. We didn't wake up one morning and convince some wealthy white man to make up things about one of our colleagues. So when someone raises a charge, do we have an option of saying, oh, never mind? There are three things that are important. If you are serious about engaging in this matter, one, you should read Prosecutor DeBerry's letter in full. Two, remember what we learned in high school about basic due process and jurisprudence. We don't have the power to prosecute anyone. We don't have the power to investigate anyone. We had three choices: do nothing, which all of us agree was not an option, get a private attorney and spend public money on it, or take the full ability to say anybody put their finger on the scale and give it to professional investigators. And that's what happened. And I thank God that professional investigators have come back and said that our sister, our colleague, has done nothing, but they also said that the proposition that members of this council engaged in untoward behavior all did not do that as well. And I'm celebrating that as well. Let us finally put the attention where it belongs on the person who made the charges. Let us heal the wounds of this council. Let us get back to work. Let us help our sister get her reputation back and make sure every time this story comes up, we say that she was cleared and get back to the work of the people. Any suggestion that anyone on this council engaged in untoward behavior and conspiratorial behavior, as I'll say it, is a lie. And now we know it's a lie because the investigator has said it did not happen. So now beyond that, if you want to keep spreading that, you spread it in light of a professional investigatory body saying it ain't true. I am thankful and I celebrate for Councilmember Hyman today and her family. And every chance I get, if somebody puts a microphone in my face and speaks about it, I'm going to say she was exonerated. She was exonerated. She was exonerated, and these people didn't do it. Truth hurts. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, let us see if there are any other announcements. None. Okay. Now, we will now move to our priority items by our city manager.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the Durham City Council. I do have two priority items for you this afternoon. Agenda item number 6, request to carry over funding from fiscal year 2022-23 to fiscal year 23-24, amend the fiscal year 2023-24 budget, other capital improvement plan, project ordinances, and internal service funds spending plans. A presentation will be made. Agenda item number 9, cemetery ordinance revisions and project updates. A presentation will be made. That is all I have for you this afternoon.
You have now heard the city manager's priority items. I'm ready to entertain a motion.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Second. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilwoman Freeman. All those in favor, would you sign by saying aye?
Aye.
All those opposed have the same right. Hearing none, that motion passes unanimously. I now turn to our city attorney to recognize her for any priority items she may have.
Good afternoon, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the council. It's good to be with you today. The city attorney's office has no priority items.
Now turn to our city clerk. You have any priority items?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. The City Clerk's office has no priority items today.
All right, thank you. I will now read the entire agenda into the record this afternoon, beginning with our administrative consent items. Item number 1, Durham Housing Authority Board of Commissioners appointment. Item 2 is the Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee appointments. Item 3, approval of City Council minutes. Number 4, August 2023 bid report. Number 5, fiscal year end 2023 inventory performance audit, August 2023. Item number 6 will be pulled as we have a presentation. Request to carry over funding from fiscal year 2022-23 to fiscal year 2023-24. Amend the fiscal year 2022-23-24 budget, other capital improvement plan, project ordinances, and internal service funding spending plans. Item number 7 is the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA project, strengthening of Durham nonprofits.
Madam Mayor, I don't want to pull that, but I just want to continue to celebrate and commend the staff on getting this money out the door, this windfall of money, and so many not-for-profits in our city are doing incredible work. They aren't often heralded and don't give many headlines, but I just want to highlight the great work they're doing and express how grateful I am this money is getting out of the door. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Item number 8, contract with North Carolina Coalition to End Homelessness, NCCEH, to provide homeless management information system lead agency services. Item 9 is the cemetery ordinance for revisions and project updates. We have a presentation. Item 10 is extension of lease between City of Durham and LRC-GB LLC at 807 East Main Street, Golden Belt Suite 5-100 for the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. Item 11 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a lease and license agreement with Cellco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless at 1701 Cole Mill Road. Item 12 is the American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Local Fiscal Recovery Funds subaward agreement with Central Pines Regional Council of Government for administration of the Durham Solarized Low to Moderate Income Program. Item 13, Ellaby Creek Rookery Dedicated Nature Preserve. Item 14, is the contract amendment 3 with CMTA of Kentucky, Inc. for the Durham Performing Arts Center HVAC Phase 2 project. Item 15, purchase contract with Brady Train Service, Inc. for the Durham Performing Arts Center Phase 2 HVAC project. Item 16 is a supplemental agreement number 2 to master agreement number 18919 with Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. for multimodal improvement design services. Item 17 is the municipal agreement with the North Carolina Department of Transportation for NC 98 and Lynn Road intersection improvements, tip number HS 2005N. Item 18, Triangle Land Conservancy, South Fork Forest Watershed Protection Project authorization to fund. I'm gonna get these braces to do what they need to do in a minute now, y'all. Contract number 19. Contract number 19, contract amendment number 1 to the professional engineering services contract with Kimberly Horn and Associates, Inc. for the 2021 lift station improvements Group B lift stations project. And for our presentations, item number 20, discussion on the Don't Waste Durham and the environmental law and policy clinics plastic bag ordinance. Take about 30 minutes. Item 21 is an update on results from prescriptions for repair pilot, about 15 minutes on that. Public hearings. Item 22, proposed ordinance to adopt updated capital facility fees. 23 is the consolidated annexation Sagebrook. 24, consolidated annexation Briar Creek Act. And item 25 is consolidated annexation Smallwood Townhouses. We have a full agenda. Now, we only have one pulled item. Item number 6, number 9, 20 and 21, and those are presentations, but just one really poor item, which is number 6. And they're all presentations this afternoon. Is that correct, Madam Manager?
That is correct.
Okay, we're going to start with our citizens this afternoon. For those who have come and join us to speak with us first here in person, I do believe we have at least one other person on the internet. If you're out there on the internet and you would like to speak during this time, I offer you the opportunity to raise your hand as we're speaking to other folks who are present with us. Number 1, Mr. Razik Zaidi. If you would come forth, you have 3 minutes, sir. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Rafiq Zaidi. I'm the president of Men and Women with Boots on the Grounds, the real boots on the grounds, Durham, North Carolina. Thank you, Councilman Hyman. But we believe that Gerard Green, the developer, still have the answer. If he's the long ranger in this episode. Early voting today, primary. On September the 7th, Durham solid waste and sanitation workers, along with UE 150 Union, appeal to the city manager, Wanda Page, and this council body, not for a pay study, but for a raise. They demanded immediate $5,000 bonuses, that temporary workers be made permanent staff, and that employees receive justifiable pay for work outside of their official duties. However, city manager, clandestinely working with others, presented her plan calling for bonuses up to $3,000 for all city workers as a form of pacification. Let me repeat that. As a form of pacification, with the lowest paid to receive the most. It is obvious that day by day, day-to-day operations of the city government and its staff are not conscious of the problems and the dangers that our city sanitation workers are exposed to. I was in Duke University Hospital coming off the ventilators. I got up around 4:30 one morning, and the only transportation I'd seen on the streets of Durham looking out the 8th floor window unit, covert unit, was the EMS, wagons, ambulance, and the sanitation workers. And I said to myself, these brothers and sisters are picking up covert virus garbage. I want to know, if you're a preacher, how can you treat people like garbage and claim that you worship God? I ask that again. How can any of you claim you worship God and treat your people like the garbage that they're picking up? We demand the $5,000 for all city workers or employees working less than $75,000. It is not happenstance that the probability of another wave of covert virus is upon us, touching upon Durham. What will you do? Will you pick it up yourself? Thank you.
We have next, and I'm going to call for at least three names. Casey Rowe, followed by Natalia Hernandez. Nicholas Parks Stone will be the next three speakers.
Hi, my name is Casey Rowe, and I've lived in Durham for 14 years. I'm here to fight for fair pay and good working conditions for Durham sanitation workers. I've been listening to these men and women speak over the past few weeks about how they love their jobs, their brotherhood, and the Durham community. When I saw the city manager's recent proposal, I was genuinely confused. The reason the community has shown up to stand with these men and women is that we see the people who are doing manual labor, doing dangerous jobs, keeping our city clean and safe. They're making the least. Excuse me. And these employees who have been here fighting, the sanitation workers, and I'll add the firefighters as well, who I heard speak this summer, these are the people who should be receiving the bonus. The bonuses should be given to those making $40,000 to $75,000, who showed up to do their jobs in person, even through the pandemic, who are working multiple jobs, who can't afford to live in the city where they work. This is just the beginning. These bonuses should have been raises. Temporary workers should be made permanent, and that's why I'll continue to show up and stand with these folks until they feel properly respected for their work. Thank you. And I just want to add, since I have a little time, that we've been paying attention. We see who's supporting the workers. It's the election right now. We're taking notes. I'm talking to my neighbors. I'm talking to my friends about who's standing with these workers, the people who are out there every day doing this labor, keeping our city clean and safe. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Natalia Fernandez. I've been with the Durham Police Department since 2019. The median listing price for a home in the city of Durham is $476,551, and the average rent is $1,783. That would be a paycheck and a half for me. You want the community to have a community-based policing, which would include officers living within the community and being a part of that community that they work and police in. However, these prices are something that is just not affordable. This is part of the reason that a vast majority of the officers within my department don't live in the city, and if they do, it's typically as a courtesy officer because they're given a discount on rent in return for essentially working for these apartment complexes on top of their regular duties at work. Not to mention they typically have at least one roommate. The Durham Police Department has the reputation for the excellent training and experience that we get in such a short amount of time, and because of that, other agencies will actively approach and recruit other officers to join their agency for not only better pay, but a significant decrease in call volume and a more affordable cost of living. The staffing level from August 28th to September 17th was an average of 47%, with supplemental and slide bringing it to 63. But keep in mind, these supplemental and slide units are not working the full 12-hour shifts, so for the majority of the shift, it's 47%. Treat this as a business. If you have 50% staffing, do you expect the same quality and amount of work to be completed as if you were fully staffed? None of us are saying that we need to be rich. We just want to be paid enough to not to have to constantly worry about the next paycheck, and if we'll have anything left over without having the ability to have to work all these extra hours that should be devoted to family or just the ability to relax after an exhausting 12-hour shift. How many more officers do you think are going to leave for another agency while you wait on making a decision for giving us the deserved raise? And how many do you think is acceptable to leave before it becomes an issue you can no longer ignore?
Hey everyone, it's a tough act to follow. I'm Officer Parkstone. I'm a recruiter for the Durham Police Department. So I see this tenfold. I'm in a recruiting event every day almost. I was in Statesville yesterday. When I'm sitting in Statesville, I get approached by other recruiters. They want to talk to me. What are you guys offering? Well, we don't offer much anymore. Our pay is $43,500 for a police officer to come in here and risk their lives, okay? They're offering, their median is around $10,000 to $15,000, sometimes $20,000 more than us. So our booth is usually the most traffic act. People want to talk to the Durham police at all times. They love us. Luckily for us, they don't bring up pay. They want to hear our cool stories. They want to hear what's Durham like. Tell me about it. Sadly, by the time they go home, they get online and apply or come to test with us, they learn how much it costs to live in Durham. They find out that they can't move in here. They can't find an area for their wife to work or have childcare. So they sadly have to pull their application out. So one thing I want to make sure I make clear is what's called a highly qualified applicant. A highly qualified applicant is what we search for. As a recruiter, I'm not here taking applications. I'm searching for the best talent for you all. Okay, I want the best police officers to serve you. I can't do that with $43,500 to sell when Greensboro offers $60, when Mebane offers in the $50s. It's not fair. I was told when I was recruited here 5 years ago, I could track my pay. Well, I missed raises for the past few years. Then I was given a 9% raise, told it was what I earned. It was told as a gift, excuse me, not what I'd earned. So with that being said, we do need this bonus, but that is not all we need. This room is just a fraction of sanitation workers, of firemen, and of police officers. The rest of them aren't here for a simple reason. They don't believe this is worth it. They believe that coming here doesn't matter. They're going to come and beg for money and not get it, be told you will get it, just be patient. They're guaranteed money out in other jurisdictions. They're guaranteed to go make $70,000, where I get offered to transfer almost every event I go to. Carrie offered me $60,000 to $70,000 to walk over there. My colleague who's been here 16 years offered $90,000. So what are your officers worth? What are your sanitation workers worth? What are your fire departments worth? That's the question. So I'll plan on coming back as much as I can and speaking, because there's a lot more recruiting I'd love to answer with you all. I do have another job outside of this to help supplement pay. I work in construction. So I'm going to come as much as I can, but for today, if there's any questions about recruiting, I'd love to stay after and talk to you all about it and answer anything. But it is a struggle. We do need money. Thank you all. Thank you guys.
We have Mr. James Chavis, followed by Ms. Jackie Wagstaff, followed by Mr. Jonte Dunstan, and Mr. Herman Moore. Those will be our next 4 speakers. 3 minutes apiece, please.
Good afternoon. And thank you, Hyman, for being clear. But to our liars up there, thank you for wanting to continue to sit up there and do nothing. We're going to tear this, what kingdom that y'all done build up, we're going to tear it down. Federal government shall be torn down because you need to go. It's a shame and a disgrace that all our black struggle has come here today and say 3 to 4 blacks with 1 Hispanic has put us back to the 50s and 60s. That's a crying shame. And you're sitting up there saying, oh, it's okay. Well, let me tell you something. You better hope and pray that you can reach 69 and over so that you can enjoy your life. Because guess what? Federal government sitting up there now, we're going to tear you down, starting with the city manager and the city attorney, because both of y'all need to go, okay? You 2 black women disrespecting your own black race, hiding behind something. You shouldn't be hiding. We should be proud to say, Paige, you really did earn that job. We black folks out here stood up and said, we wanted you there. And look what we're getting today. A disgrace and a shame. Mayor, thank you. But your mayor pro tem, Lord have mercy upon his soul. Thank you.
Ms. Wagstaff, Mr. Dunstan, Mr. Moore, and then it will be Ms. Burris right after that. That's the lineup.
I'm at a loss for words. Mr. Chavis did it all. He said it. But just so you know that, thank you, Councilman Hyman, for always maintaining your decorum through all of this. You maintained. And we were 10 toes down with you. You know, we never left your side. And for the pastor, CEO, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, you say nice stuff up here all the time. You give speeches and dissertations and sermons, and we have to sit through it. But we do fact-checking, too. Now, you said that you've been vindicated about this crap y'all did to Councilman Hyman. You've been vindicated because the DA said no findings of collusion. Well, the last I checked yesterday at 5 o'clock when I watched that meeting on March the 23rd, y'all go back and watch it, your colleague told it all. She said that in her words, because I posted on my Facebook, so you can look at my Facebook, the whole meeting is there, just run through it. She said that Councilman Hyman should have known what was going on because we met individually and we met as a group, and you should have called us. And when did you get notice? At 10:30 at night, while she was writing your censor paperwork. Now, I don't know about you, but it sounds like collusion. Now, the DA probably didn't watch the video, but we did. We all watched the video from the meeting, the March 23rd meeting. And she told it. So you can say one thing on paper, but you can't deny the facts that that video doesn't lie. The video was actually you. And then I look at y'all all sitting up here. I guess Leo's not going to speak tonight because the polls open today. understand, those polls open. And just like you told us a couple of weeks ago, you said, we don't like what y'all doing, go to the polls. I went this morning, I was number 4. I voted against her, I voted against him, and I posted it on Facebook, and I said, anybody but them. You got 12 people running for council, you got 9 running for the mayor's seat. You can vote for any of them as long as you don't vote for them too. Vote for any of them. That's the way it is. Because we're going to show you. I'm just, those firefighters and those people and some of these sanitation workers were threatened if they come down here today, they would be fired. They were threatened. So at this point, you don't have to come down here. Go to one of them 5 polling locations and exercise your right to get rid of them and get what you need. That's all you got to do. Ms. Chavis, thank you.
I would like to say good afternoon, Mayor O'Neill. I want to say City Council, but I'm going to have to call it as it is. I'm going to have to say good afternoon, City Management, Council Management. And I also would love to say thank you to my brothers, to the men of this community who showed us that no matter what, if their back is against the wall, they get the job done. These men have showed us. But now, I'm not going to direct this because what has been said enough. Now, I'm going to turn this into not being personal, but this is business. Now I have to switch hats. Excuse me. Now, it's been brought to us that this is, like I said, this is a business. This is business, this is not personal. Now, one thing that I do know is that when our workers' morale is down and our workers are stressed out, that reflects the customers. And when that reflects the customers, then it reflects the management. So therefore, this is directed at you, Ms. Wanda Page. As any type of boardroom meeting, any type of management that is not doing what they're supposed to do, there's time for a new direction. And like I said, this is not personal, this is business. And right now, you have shown us that you have lost the confidence in the community, you have lost the confidence in the city workers, and therefore you have shown us that you cannot give us great direction for this city. And honestly, you have a lot of us scared for the 2024 year that's coming up. Now, what I would like to see, Ms. Page, is your resignation at the end of this month. And you're not the only person who needs their resignation. We need your resignation, Kimberly, because you need to be reported to the board. As a city attorney, I would expect more. But I knew as working in the Durham County courthouse, we was able to run circles around you because your paperwork is not actually flawed. You're actually flawed. Now, I am mostly grateful for the Most High and the creator of all creation because he knows justice. And he knew that our sister was innocent. I came to my sister a long time ago. And when I used to speak and work for everybody's campaign, before I started joining this political fight, nobody would speak to me. But Monique, that night she came, she was the only one who came and spoke to me, introduced herself. And I warned Miss Monique what this council was going to do. I gave her the security assessment to tell her to watch yourself, because if you don't go along with their show, they're going to turn against you. And a part of me think that I jinxed it. But sister, I'm going to let you know that one thing I am, and Mayor O'Neill, I may need 45 seconds of all this, and it'll be quick. I am my brother's keeper. I am my sister's protector. I am my family's provider. I am my community's leader. And on my watch, nobody will be bullied. Brother Leo, what's going on with this brother? Allow the voters to make the decision. Please, this man is getting harassed. That needs to stop. Now, I talked to Brother Leo, and me and the other brother, Marshall, we was upset that the fact that you're going against one of our brothers, and we all should be united together, because I will be my brother's keeper. And I declare on this day, anybody that messes with Leo, anybody that interferes with anybody on this campaign, you would deal with me and my crew. Thank you for this. Hey, now I can put my community hat back on. Business is over.
Speakers should not be addressing us.
You want to tell them that?
Nope.
Okay.
You're the presiding chair.
Mr. Moore, be followed by Ms. Burris, followed by Ms. Hannah Hawkins, followed by Sherry Zann Rosenthal, Sarah Sharp, and Chris Benjamin will be last. Now, what's the rule you want me to read?
I didn't want you to read, I was just noting the rule for your knowledge. The speakers will refrain from making comments of a personal
So
nature.
the attorney has pointed out to me that the rules require the speakers will refrain from making comments of a personal nature regarding others. So noted for the rule. All right, Mr. Moore, you have 3 minutes.
First, giving honor to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who is head of my life. All these people that have spoke before me have pretty much said a lot of what I was going to say, so I don't have to say a whole lot now, because it's been said. So I'm going to go straight to the point. From what I understand, the city was just certified for their bond rating in the last month. Am I right? Am I right? If I'm not, tell me that I'm not. You already been certified in the last month. And there shouldn't be another evaluation until next year. Now there's $18.3 million remaining above reserve for the year from the year 2023, correct? Correct? Okay. There's also $5.4 million in money budgeted for salaries and benefits that was not spent because of vacancies. You do the math. 18 million and 5 million is 23 million. So you got $23.7 million somewhere. We don't know. Our audit would fix it. We don't know where it's at, but our audit would fix it and find it, wherever it's at. But I know that we're not getting it. The mayor, I'm sorry, not the mayor. The city manager gave her proposal for $3,000, slap in the face. It's not to say that we don't want it, but we deserve the $5,000 that we asked for, and we're here to try to get it because we want it. We deserve it. Us, the firemen, the policemen, all of these city workers, we deserve the $5,000 that we asked for. Not going to speak about the raises. We want them. We need them. They are more important than the bonus because that's something that we can keep and take with us. No, that's not on the table right now, but we need to have consistent annual raises, which we're not having. You said that you give them every year. You don't, because I know 2 or 3 years we didn't get no raises. Anybody else in here know that? So don't say that we did when we didn't. So all we're asking for right now is that you go into the reserve funds and give us what we asked for, the $5,000, which should only cost the city maybe $10 million, under $10 million, to pay the workers that's in question. Can we get that? That's what we want. I don't know how you look at us and can live with yourself and not treat us right. Just because we're garbage collectors, us men and women, don't make us any less than anybody else in this room. We are just as educated. A lot of us do our job, yeah. We're educated, but we're doing the job that we do is a service. It's a service to the community. And it's important because if it wasn't, you wouldn't have had them contractors to come in and get it when we didn't. So it's a service that needs to be done.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
And we do it every day.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
We worked all the way through COVID, didn't miss a beat. Every day. We were there.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
And we're going to continue. Oh, my time is up. Well, enough was said. You got the picture.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Ms. Burris. Ms. Burris.
I'll say this while I'm walking, because y'all know me by now. I'm going to dedicate this all to y'all because this has been in my spirit all week long before this mess started. I don't have to beat none of you down because I'm a praying woman. I ain't no joke. I need you. You need me. You're all a part of God's body. stand with me, agree with me. You're all a part of God's body. This is His will, that every need be supplied. You are important to me. I need you to survive. Hey, you are important to me. I need you to survive. Now, this is the part. You pray for me. I pray for you. I love you. I need you to supply. I won't harm you with words from my mouth. I love you. I need you to supply. It is His will that every need be supplied. Now, y'all recorded that. You are important to me. Hallelujah. I need you to survive. Hey, I need you, and you need me. Now, I've got a few more minutes. Now, I could preach quicker than that. Hyman, I've been with you. You know, I don't think we realize what it means to stick together and be real people. Just be who you are, folks. This is about the election. I'm like Jackie. Let the vote speak for itself. Stop being in these cliques, these organizations. Be who you are. As you see me, this is who I am. If I stand before a city council and sing, good God Almighty, what you think I'll do for the city? Y'all have a good day.
We have Miss Hannah Hawkins, Sherry Zan Rosenthal, Miss Sarah Sharp, and Mr. Chris Benjamin, and I think that will conclude the speakers that I have here in person. We do have someone on the internet as well. Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. My name's Hannah. I'm a resident of Durham, a small business owner, a member of the Quaker community, and I've been a proud union member since 2016. I'm not paid by anyone to organize in Durham, and I think that's important to say because I'd like to convey that in addition to city workers and union members, many people turning out in support of the city workers' struggle are private citizens who want to make sure Durham stays a progressive, people-first city that leads by example. We presented you with a letter of support from
Ms. Hawkins, if you could back up just a little bit from the mic, we're getting a little bit of feedback from
we
you.
presented you with a letter of support from several Durham small businesses, and I'd like to point out that these signers represent all sectors of the Durham workforce, private and public. Represented here are teachers, nurses, home health care workers, artists, barbers and technicians, doctors, psychiatrists, graduate students, small business owners, farmers, restaurant owners, interior designers, architects, librarians, woodworkers, tech workers, construction workers, city workers, and even real estate investment property owners. And please forgive the late addition, but I need to add to the list that you have, and we'll correct this on the digital copy, that I reached out to Preeti Was from Cheney Raleigh, who's opening a Durham location in the old Jack Tar building this fall. And she signed the letter this morning in support of our effort. Other flagship Durham small businesses who signed the letter include the Durham 9th Street Bakery, Phoebe Lawless, Pine State Flowers, Wonder Puff, Bright Black, Gibson Girl, Manifest Skate Shop, Gear Street Garden, and more. These businesses bring people to Durham, and they also know the services of the city workers are critical to their success. Together, we're asking you to do the right thing and take care of the people who continue to make Durham a safe place to live, work, and play. Other organizations represented by the signatures on the petition are Duke University Medical Center, Branches School, the Scrap Exchange, the Radical Healing Center, our many mutual aid communities, and members of several various faith communities. While there are hundreds of comments left by supporters on the petition you received in your inboxes that I'd urge you to spend time reading, I wanted to share a particularly poignant comment from Dr. Rochelle Gold, a professor at North Carolina Central University. She says, "Dear Mayor O'Neill and City Council persons, I've been living in Durham since June of 2002, and I teach English composition and literature in CCU, where I've worked for 16 years. I teach my students at Central about standing up for what they believe in, as I teach them about social justice heroes and civil rights leaders living now and those from the past. Ironically, just 5 days ago, I shared with my students Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech that he gave the night before he was assassinated in Memphis in 1968, where he was speaking to support the sanitation workers there who were striking to protest unsafe conditions and unfair treatment that led to workers being killed on the job. I'm writing to support the Durham sanitation workers and the stormwater workers who are being mistreated, underpaid, overworked, and the local UE 150 union. We just celebrated Labor Day, and it's disgraceful that Durham does not pay its workers better when there's a large surplus in the budget.
Ms.
Be
Hawkins,
mindful
if you
of the
could
intersection of
read really
racism
fast. Your
and
time is up,
classism as you
ma'am.
consider how to meet workers' demands. Most of the sanitation and stormwater workers are African-American men and women who have historically been exploited and marginalized. Please meet their demands and make Durham a city that puts its money where its mouth is. Treat workers with respect. We all need dignity, safe working
Thank you, Ms.
conditions, and
Hawkins.
decent wages with the high cost of living. The night before his assassination, April 1968, Dr. King told a group of striking sanitation workers in Memphis, "We've got to give ourselves to the struggle until the end. Nothing would be more tragic than to stop at this point. We've got to see it through. Justice for all city workers." Thank you.
All right, Ms. Rosenthal, can y'all hear me can you hear me out there? Okay, so I'm just being ignored, is what it is, but that's okay. All right, Ms. Rosenthal, we're gonna ask you to see if you can keep it to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sherry Zan Rosenthal. I'm gonna face y'all because I really don't have a lot of faith right now in the 4-member voting majority here. And I'm really wanting to address you and the folks at home who are watching this meeting. And I want to say a little bit about the facts underlying why we have the hollowing out of the city's workforce that you've heard about. You've heard about police staffing that is 47% on average. Your 911 call center has not met minimum national standards in over 4.5 years and has a 40% vacancy rate. If you call 911 today, you may get no answer, or you may get put on hold. That is shocking. And our city, in this way, is in really big trouble. When I began the run for council, it was because I really cared and I thought we were in trouble. As I've learned more, I am shocked by the degree to which our staffing has really been decimated, is not too big a word for it. And so, for example, Public Works is said to have had 177 employees at the beginning of COVID, and now is said to have less than 50. Now, that's an astonishing thing. That's over 60%. I have not verified that, but we can say for sure it's over 50%. So your streets are in bad condition. A lot of money is being wasted on outside contractors for things that used to be done internally by the city. And I believe that you've been having trouble paying your bills. I understand why you would need a bonus. But I'm here to say that really the right thing to do would be to take the 2019 pay plan that was suspended in 2020, that had a full pay study before it was adopted in 2019, and to make all of the workers whole for that 2019 pay plan, with back pay, with putting workers back to where they should have been, the line, the amount of money that they should have been making if the 2019 pay plan had never been frozen. And then you should get a cost of living increase on top of that, maybe the 6 to 8% that the council has already passed. Maybe that's the cost of living, but maybe it's not. So you've heard from the city council that their first line of defense was to say, well, after July 1st, it's too late. The budget has been adopted. But I'm here to tell you that budget amendments are commonplace. The budget is not cast in stone. It is not the 10 Commandments. And the money is available. So the Local Government Commission requires 12% of the city's budget be set aside. The city of Durham, in prudence, decides that 16.7%, 4.74 cents more, needs to be set aside. But your city is holding on to over $32 million more than that. So there is no excuse. The city council should unfreeze the pay plan, make you all whole.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so
Rosenthal. Ms. Sharp, followed by Mr. Benjamin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Sharp, and I'm a volunteer and citizen here today to read an open letter from 58 small business owners here in Durham about paying our city workers. From concerned small business owners in Durham, dear City Council, we are a group of small business owners who love Durham and all of her people. We love that Durham is a progressive, inclusive, and forward-thinking city. We appreciate Durham's rich history of civil rights, the creativity, ingenuity, and beautiful communities that make Durham a great place to put down roots. Not only are we proud Durham residents and citizens of North Carolina, but business owners who work hard to contribute to the cultural identity and economic prosperity of Durham. We cannot imagine doing business anywhere else. Durham is our home, and we want to do our part to see it continue to grow and flourish. While we are so grateful for the incredible resources and opportunities here, we are currently frustrated and concerned at the lack of willingness on the part of City Council to support Durham's essential city workers in their struggle for fair pay, back pay, and full-time positions. City workers are the backbone of Durham. We simply would not be able to do what we do without the services that these people provide. While we are aware that the promised step pay plan in place for city workers put on hold during COVID-19 has resumed, the current pay structure for city employers does not reflect the cost of inflation. We know that some city workers cannot afford to continue to live in Durham because of skyrocketing rent and have moved their families outside of city limits. We also know that many city workers don't make enough annually to support their families. They have taken on part-time jobs to supplement their income. For a city like Durham, voted 5th in the nation for small business growth, we find this unacceptable. If the city wants to profit from the influx of industry giants like Apple and Google, which we surely do, we need to ensure that the people of Durham who make it a beautiful and safe place to live and work remain our highest priority. The city vision of Durham reads, Durham will be the leading city in providing an excellent and sustainable quality of life. In order for that to be true, we are asking that you immediately provide $5,000 bonuses and back pay to all city workers, hire enough new workers to fill shortages in solid waste, public works, fire, and other departments, and pay workers for all work done outside of city worker job titles. Additionally, we hope that you will make a good faith commitment to implement raises in next year's budget to reflect inflation and the cost of living in Durham. As people who, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm back. I'm excited and thankful that we're revisiting something that we used to get was a longevity bonus. However, they took that away. It's like affirmative action on the table. It's away. Number two, the city, the citizens, the community, they love and support us, and we love and support them. I have a bunch of signs that I took, put in my truck, and I told them to be patient. We're working through this process, and they said, whatever you need, we're there to support you guys. So I said, thank you. Number three, when I looked at the MSW Journal, the waste industry is a $91 billion industry, may it be government or private. Number four, The fourth thing is, this is the fourth most dangerous job in the country. We put our lives out there every day. Number 5, I would love for all my solid waste and sanitation workers to stand up, as well as all the essential workers in this room that provide a service. Give them a round of applause. We stand in solidarity. Thank you. We stand in solidarity with all the city essential workers. We just want to be compensated and treated fair. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
We now turn to the internet for Mr. Roger Lafferty. Mr. Lafferty, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council, and everyone who is here watching and listening. My name is Roger Lafferty, and I have been with the Durham Police Department for 15 years. I'm currently a sergeant on patrol, and I'm also a board member with the Durham Fraternal Order of Police. I am also a City of Durham resident, and I vote. I remember recently when Mayor O'Neill came to do a ride-along with my squad on a day shift, and I can't tell you enough how we appreciated you coming out, meeting us, and experiencing the job that we do every single day. I know when you went to sit for briefing with night shift, you were very surprised by there only being a couple of officers sitting at the briefing table. That's literally what we've been dealing with for some time now, and it's quickly getting worse. The staffing and lack of officers is by far the worst I've ever seen, and I feel like it's reaching a crisis when it comes to staffing. This new generation of workers are going where the money is, and unfortunately, it's not here in Durham right now. Last time I checked, we have approximately 146 vacancies within the police department. 146. And good officers are continuing to leave. We cannot continue to wait this out. The Fraternal Order of Police sent out a survey recently, and of the 123 officers who responded, 39 said they were already applying elsewhere. I can't really blame them when we start off at a little over $43,000 a year when the Durham Sheriff's Department, Greensboro, Knightdale, Wake Forest Police start out between $52,000 and $56,000. That's a $10,000 plus difference. Recently, on August 31st, there were 3 homicides in broad daylight within a very short period of time of each other. 2 of them happened just a couple minutes apart, and were literally just a couple blocks away from each other. If we didn't have specialized units or additional staffing working that day, these casualties would have absolutely crippled the city. The residents waiting for police in other parts of the city would have also suffered waiting for police response, as well as other emergency responders who are already helping the other victims. I really feel like Chief Andrews is doing everything she can for us, but it's going to take much more than just her. I'm urging City Council to do the right thing and reconsider their numbers and appropriately compensate our police officers, firefighters, solid waste, and all other city workers appropriately to keep them working for Durham before they go elsewhere. Like one of the solid waste workers said recently in the last session, Durham should be a place where other cities look to see what we're doing differently. And really, I don't feel like that's happening right now. My biggest fear right now is that as the staffing continues to dwindle down, one of our officers, your officers, are going to get hurt or killed going from one dangerous call to the next. Every single day. I pray it doesn't happen, but it's certainly a realistic fear. Again, I'm asking you to all to do the right thing and make Durham a competitive city again. Thank you for your time.
Madam Clerk, do you see any other hands raised? If you will call that person. Name. Maria Stevenson. Ms. Stevenson, if you can hear me, ma'am, you would have 3 minutes. Ms. Stevenson? Ms. Stevenson, can you hear me, ma'am?
Madam Mayor, Ms. Stevenson went offline.
All right, thank you. I believe those are all the speakers that we have for this afternoon. We will now begin with our presentations, and we have 4.
Pardon me, Madam Mayor, Ms. Stevenson has returned. I think she just
Ms. Stevenson?
relogged on.
Okay, we will try to see if you can make contact with her. Meanwhile, we will call forth, let's see, what item number is that? You want to do the cemetery or the Duke people first? I think we do the Duke people. Okay, let's start with our visitors today. The discussion, item number 20. We'll take them in this item, discussion on the adult-based Durham and the environmental law policy clinics, plastic bag ordinance. We will also follow that with item number 9, which will be our cemetery update. Then we will have the prescriptions for repair, and then we will come back to our item number 6. So we're gonna spend the rest of the afternoon working.
21 is external.
Okay, so prescriptions for repair will actually be second after the Duke presentation, okay? All right. We are ready with the Duke presentation.
Good afternoon, esteemed council members, Mayor O'Neill. Thank you for having us today. My name is Will Weldon. I am the chair of the board of directors of Don't Waste Durham. Don't Waste Durham is a local nonprofit working to reduce waste by promoting and implementing systems of reuse. The idea of a fee and restrictions on plastic bags is nothing new. Hundreds of other cities and even countries have policies that limit plastics. It is and should be thought of as a public health issue. Plastic waste is a scourge on our society on many levels. Our landfills are reaching capacity faster than ever, and plastic waste frequently ends up in our waterways. Restrictions on plastic and styrofoam products are crucial for helping our community to move forward toward reuse solutions. We believe it is the right and responsibility for local municipalities and governments to enact ordinances which reflect the desires of their local populations. Plastic waste has a true cost in Durham. It hurts historically neglected communities more than anyone else, and especially women and children. We hope our elected officials will consider the justice and equity impacts of this policy, that it is an injustice not to consider that pollution affects our community streets, water, and landfills. Businesses and citizens want policy change, and we want to support these initiatives. Crystal Dreisbach, our founder, could not be here today because she's in New York City speaking at Climate Week, particularly on plastics. She's met with most of you individually and has been pushing for this policy for years. We've been working closely with the Duke Environmental Law and Policy Clinic, and I now will turn it over to them to present. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Lauer. I'm a staff scientist with the Environmental Law and Policy Clinic, and I want to start off today by acknowledging that this is the way that we typically in our daily lives interact with plastics. Perhaps we bag our groceries in them and take them home from the grocery store. After 10 minutes, we unload our groceries, and perhaps we reuse this plastic bag 1 or 2 times, but then we put it in the trash. If we go out to a fast food restaurant, we get our food with a plastic fork and a plastic knife, and maybe we get a milkshake in a styrofoam cup with a plastic straw, and then we throw those in the trash after we finish our meal about 30 minutes later. But if we were to zoom out and think about where those plastics came from before we use them and where those plastics end up after we dispose of them, we realize that this convenience, convenience that these items add to our everyday lives comes with a lot of costs, and a lot of those costs are borne by low-income and communities of color as these plastics are produced and as they're disposed of. If we think about where our plastics come from, Many people don't realize this. Plastics are made from fossil fuels. Most all plastics come from oil and gas. And oil and gas companies are heavily investing in plastics as basically a place for its product, its oil and gas, to go. And this picture on the right, this is what that investment essentially looks like. After oil and gas is extracted from the ground through fracking or conventional oil and gas extraction, it is piped or shipped often down to Louisiana to an 85-mile stretch known as Cancer Alley. And Cancer Alley is home to a historically black community. It's also home to nearly 200 petrochemical and chemical refining facilities focused on making plastics. This historically black community has been fighting these facilities from the beginning, and they're also now living with some of the highest air pollution and highest cancer rates in the country. There's not only health concerns associated with plastics manufacturing, but there's also greenhouse gas emissions concerns. Because of the investment in plastics, because of the expected rise in plastic production in years to come, it's expected that by 2050, greenhouse gas emissions from plastic could reach up to 13% of our carbon budget being the amount of greenhouse gas that we can emit into the atmosphere and still stay below 1.5 degrees Celsius warming. And so as people studying plastics and people studying climate change continue to look at this problem, it's becoming increasingly clear that we cannot solve the climate change crisis or make a dent in the climate change crisis unless we address plastics as part of that. Thinking about the other end, the disposal of plastics, I think this is especially important for Durham as our waste management issues are going to grow as plastic production and plastic use continues to grow. Best case scenario when we dispose of plastics is that they get recycled. We put them in our curbside bin and they get turned into a new item. The reality is that plastics recycling is incredibly difficult and most plastics don't ever get recycled. This is a picture from the Sunoco sorting facility. This is where Durham trucked its recyclables for many years. And at this facility, the purpose is to sort the cardboard from the glass, from the aluminum, from the plastic items. And a lot of that sorting is done by machines, but also a lot of it is done by hand. And so what those machines are doing is they're trying to sort those items, but there's a significant number of contaminants in our recycling, and a lot of those contaminants are plastic. These employees are standing along these conveyor belts, and all day long, they are pulling out things like plastic film, plastic bags, things that are going to jam those machines. And when those machines do jam, they have to be harnessed in, go into the machines, and pull out those plastic bags. They're also pulling out styrofoam, which just gets totally pulverized in this system. It cannot be recycled through our curbside bins, and it can't be recycled at these sorting facilities. And then what they're doing is things like plastic forks and knives and straws, those just fall to the bottom. They're way too small to recycle through this system. And so these employees sweep those up, and all of those contaminants, all of those plastic contaminants, end up going to the Sampson County landfill, which I'll talk about in a minute. Many people say that we just need to get this recycling rate up. 6% of plastic waste is recycled. We just need to do a better job recycling. And I would say that we are absolutely not going to recycle our way out of this problem. This graph, these brownish red bars are showing you how much plastic waste is being generated in the United States every year. Since 1980, plastic waste generation in the US has increased about 7-fold. But if you look at that green line down at the bottom of the graph, that's our recycling rate. Our recycling rate has always been basically below 10%. It has never increased, despite the fact that we are now drowning in plastic waste. If plastic is not recycled, which the majority of it is not, it ends up being landfilled. And that landfilled waste goes 96 miles away to Sampson County, to another historically black community that has also been fighting this landfill from the beginning. The Snow Hill community fought the opening of this landfill. They fought the major expansions of this landfill in the early 2000s, and today they want to see this landfill closed. This is one of the largest landfills in the country, and what comes along with it is living with buzzards and truck traffic and odors and really just a loss of community and property values that comes with living next to one of these largest landfills in the country. So both landfilling and recycling are ways that we technically properly manage our waste, but often plastics are mismanaged. They're light, we use them on the go, and it's very easy that they escape into the environment. This is a survey that we did where we had volunteers walking the streets of Durham and rating those streets on a scale of 1 to 4, depending on how littered they are. Any of those streets that are 2, 3, or 4 have some amount of litter, with the 4s being streets that are heavily littered and would require a large team or machinery to clean them up. Most of those 4s are associated with commercial or industrial properties, which are high litter generating areas. And while there's sort of the mental health concerns that come along with living in the degraded aesthetic quality of your environment because of litter, there's also significant costs to the city for this litter. The city spends up to $2 million every year street sweeping, and that doesn't include then costs that come with employees having to go out and clean the litter up before mowing, with groups going out with NGOs and doing cleanups. After this litter ends up on the streets, it inevitably gets washed into our urban waterways. This is a picture of a trash trap that the Haw River Keeper has installed on Third Fork Creek in the top left. And that trash trap is cleaned out about once a month, and the amount of litter that ends up in it is just unbelievable. In the first year that this trash trap was installed, it's collected 34,000 pieces of litter just in this one stretch of stream. Nearly all of that litter is plastic, and nearly all of that is styrofoam. Styrofoam is incredibly pervasive and persistent in our urban creeks and streams. And before I hand it off now to Michelle to talk about some of the solutions to this, I just want to emphasize that the plastics that we are suggesting that need to be tackled, the ones that we are suggesting solutions for, these are ones that cannot be recycled. They are ones that are nuisances for our recycling stream. They're ones that frequently end up as litter, are costly for us to clean up, and they're ones that if we were to really zoom out and look at this full life cycle, it's really hard to justify their convenience based on the cost that those plastics bear to the low income and communities of color at the beginning of their life, during production, during the extraction of oil and gas, during the plastics manufacturing, and at the end of their life when we dispose of them in the Sampson County landfill. And so with that, I'll hand it off to Michelle.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, members of the City Council, for considering this proposal. So when we first came to the city to propose something to do about the plastic waste back in 2019, the original proposal was for a 10-cent fee on disposable bags at the point of sale. That would apply to retail and grocery stores alike. We worked with the City Council, we worked with the City Attorney and County Attorney's offices, and with the Solid Waste Management Department of both the city and the county to vet these ideas, to understand the city's concerns, and then to respond to them in a productive way. We came back to you at a work session in February with that proposal, and you put together a subcommittee consisting of council members Caballero, Williams, and Holsey-Hyman. Over the last several months, we've been working with that subcommittee. We've also been working with we've talked with folks within the Solid Waste Management Program and determined an additional set of information that the city wanted before it would move forward. So I'd like to address some of those issues right now. The first is to deal with equity implications of adopting a fee on those disposable bags. We undertook a lot of additional research, reaching out to other cities around the country and states that have already implemented bag fees. We did research into different forms of assistance programs prevalent within the city of Durham, and we made some revisions to the proposal. These include exempting customers who are recipients of SNAP, WIC, Medicaid, and housing voucher benefits from paying the fee. And those people would just simply need to identify themselves if they felt that they were unable to afford the fee at that point of time. We also recommend supporting efforts to provide free reusable bags and recirculating those bags to Durham residents. Don't Waste Durham started a program called Boomerang Bags that is using material scraps to make those reusable bags. They are currently operating kiosks at the Save-A-Lot Center and at one of the at the King's Red and White grocery up on at the corner of West and East Club Boulevards and Roxborough Road. Customers are able to take those bags free of charge, use them, keep them, continue to use them, or return them to those kiosks for washing and sanitation and then redistribution in the community. Something like that could be expanded with an infusion of support, financial support from the city to further distribute those bags at different retail locations across the city. We also recommend an implementation of complementary waste management and reduction programs that would maximize the benefits associated with the policy. One of the things that the city said was very important was getting more input from the business community. Back in 2019, we had done a survey of businesses. We did another survey reaching out to more than 350 businesses across the city of Durham, and we received 68 responses to a 17-question survey. 95% of the respondents supported taking action at the city level to reduce plastic waste. The majority of those, that 95%, also felt that customers would be very supportive of that initiative and welcomed city action to reduce waste. This makes a lot of sense because waste costs them money. When they hand out those plastic utensils and condiment packets, when they hand out plastic or paper bags to customers, it costs the businesses money. It doesn't come to them free of charge. Those businesses also have to pay for waste management, and so any reduction in the waste that they have to manage is going to save them money as well. After doing a lot of research about different programs across the country that other communities have implemented, we put in the survey some ideas of other ways that the business community and that the city could reduce waste, and those also garnered significant support from the businesses that we canvassed. These included an opt-in policy for takeout condiments and plastic utensils, enforcing the existing ban in state law on the use of styrofoam and foodware products, as well as reusables for dine-in operations. So we came back with a revised proposal that would do more than assess a fee on those bags. It would also enforce that ban on polystyrene, ban plasticware for dine-in operations, have an opt-in requirement, and also encourage the city to use its own purse to influence waste management decisions in its own operations within city government. The subcommittee unanimously supported this revised proposal and asked us to bring it forward to full council for consideration. We've also worked with the city solid waste management department, and they too support this proposal. So we were poised to ask you for permission to move this forward for a vote today, that it would take effect. Unfortunately, the General Assembly, in its most recent budget, which was released Monday night, has a provision in it that would preempt local efforts to reduce waste in their communities. This was going to be a very exciting week, not only for us, but for other partners we've been working with across the state. Several communities have already adopted resolutions in support of action to reduce plastic materials within their communities, and Buncombe County was poised to adopt a bag ban on Tuesday night this week. But as I said, the General Assembly's budget includes a provision that is designed directly to punish communities like Durham that are trying to break the status quo, break free from moneyed interests, and do right by their citizens to reduce waste, and in doing so, protect public health and the environment. The budget, as we understand it, will be voted on today and tomorrow. And unfortunately, we've worked with the community's representatives in the General Assembly, and they have advised us that floor amendments will not be permitted on the budget, and there's nothing they can do to remove this provision at this point in time. So, I want to make clear that not only are we disappointed and frustrated with this action, but we're also very frustrated and disappointed for the city because you still bear the responsibility for managing waste. That is a statutory mandate and part of your duties to protect the public health and welfare of the community members. The General Assembly is now poised to make you do that with both hands tied behind your back and prevent you from taking actions to reduce waste and protect the interests of the community. Rest assured that there is already conversation about trying to get a technical amendment that would repeal this provision in the short session. There is also discussion about litigation challenging the legality of this provision because it is a direct conflict with clear and specific mandates of your overall authority as well as specific directives within the Solid Waste Management Act itself. But here we are. It seems that your action that we wanted you to take today has been preempted, and so that leaves us with a few other options that we would like to discuss with you today. One of them is to go ahead and move forward with the subcommittee's proposal for an ordinance. Now, granted, that is likely to invite litigation in the short term. I can pledge our clinic's resources to working alongside city and county attorneys, as well as with the League of Municipalities and Association of Counties, should they choose to try to challenge this as well. There are also some provisions that are not touched by this preemption ordinance. One of those would, we think, include the provisions dealing with plastic utensils. That is not specified in the ordinance. The other thing that you would still be able to do is take measures to reduce your own consumption on city property of single-use plastics, such as plastic straws, plastic utensils, and those disposable bags. The other things that we think are still available and that we encourage for your consideration is to fund the position that was requested by the city's solid waste management office to fund a position that would educate and conduct outreach to consumers and businesses and help with an overall waste reduction campaign. This was something that the city's solid waste management office has requested for several years now and remains a vital and, in fact, increasingly important provision to be funded for the city to be able to undertake. Other options include investment in reuse infrastructure, such as providing financial support for programs like boomerang bags, like Green to Go, so that we can start transitioning away from that disposable economy, incorporating reuse programs and recirculation programs within our city services. There are needs for stormwater infrastructure that would remove some of that litter from going into Third Fork and other creeks throughout the community of Durham. Plastics which eventually reach our drinking water supplies and all of our reservoirs within the area, and which contribute to microplastic pollution that is unfortunately present now within the drinking water that we are supplied from the tap. And the city could consider incentives for the business community to reduce waste, such as different programs the city sustainability office had used before through the Bull City Workplace Challenge. So those are some of the ideas that we have to present. We welcome your questions, and we pledge our efforts to work with the city to find other ways to protect public health and the environment and reduce the waste that we send to that landfill in Sampson County. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation today. I'll open up for colleagues for comments or questions. Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much for the updated presentation. I want to thank my two colleagues who were on the subcommittee with me, working with you all over the summer. It was very constructive and helpful, and we were able to bring this back. Our intention was to bring this back quickly, really encourage our colleagues to go ahead and pass an ordinance this fall, because the folks who've been doing this work have been, had to go through 2 councils, and we didn't want them to have to wait and educate a 3rd council to do what we knew needed to happen to make Durham a better, healthier community. I think it was 2 days ago that I got word that the state was planning on preempting what would be allowed in this ordinance. Buncombe County was supposed to vote on this last night, and they pulled the plug. They're not moving forward. I think it's actually a really good example. The state will always, in the state that is heavily preempted, they will always, in the current General Assembly, find ways to harm the communities that are moving past them in areas that they don't approve of. And so it is a extremely frustrating place to be in. This is years of work by many dedicated residents. That is now basically, we're going to have to get creative, as Durham always does. We always are creative, and we always figure this out. But it's an extremely frustrating moment for the folks from Duke and from Don't Waste Durham, who've been doing this work diligently. And I'm wondering what folks are interested in moving forward on. I want, the education piece, I think, is something that we should consider moving forward on. I think any of the bans that are not precluded, we should move forward on, but I want to hear from colleagues. Thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to my colleagues who have been working on this. And thank you, good to see you again, some of you again. I remember the presentation last time. So firstly, to my colleagues' comment about the state, there are any number of issues that the state are being vigilant about, from the way we handle zoning, to the way we talk to unions, to the way we address our waste issues. So that vigilance accrues to a number of areas. I do want to say, I appreciate the presentation, your primer on the historical inequities and the infrastructure of waste and oil and gas production and its impact on the Black community and the location of some of these facilities in the Black community. I do, however, want to and I'm not saying you just did this, caution against the temptation to jump from that. And some people might make this connection that charging folk 10 cents a bag is somehow addressing that systemic structure that put these things in our neighborhoods. It hasn't been Black folks' consumer habits of buying plastic that put those type of facilities in our neighborhoods. And spending 10 cents per bag is not going to remove those structures either. So I just want to be careful that we don't create the impression that the victims are now responsible for fixing the problem. And certainly 10 cents a bag is not going to fix the problem of multinational corporations engaging in environmental racism, historically often supported by a corpus of statutes that allow them to do that and devaluing our land. So big picture, all this historic structural racism, answer, give me 10 cents a bag, is I just want to make certain that we don't make that leap intellectually. With that said, I think that there are some good things here. I was one of the people who really drilled down on the equity and making sure we did everything to make sure that poor people and economically challenged folk weren't bearing the brunt of this. I do have a question in terms of moving forward with what we can move forward with that isn't precluded by the state. When Durham, we can't tell employers to pay a livable wage. We couldn't tell them to ban the box. So the city banned the box, and we increased our livable wage and hoping to set an example for the business community. Is a robust educational initiative could business owners just voluntarily charge 10 cents a bag on their own as part of their initiative to do this without the force of law behind it through an ordinance? And have we explored that?
Yes, sir. City or individual businesses still may do anything that they feel is in their best interest to reduce waste at the source through their own business operations. What the preemption provision does is prevents the local governments from saying that they have to do so. There are a number of businesses across the city that already give credits for plastic bags, and there are a couple of businesses that are charging already, including Save-A-Lot. Weaver Street Market down in the Orange County area, and several other businesses have also pledged to end the free distribution of plastic bags and disposable bags within their own operations. So this is an idea that is catching fire and that is spreading throughout the community, but some businesses feel that they are also perhaps harming their customers if, you know, they're imposing a fee and or offering a credit and their sister businesses are not. And so level playing field is the best way to drive forward and reduce that overall demand. That has temporarily been taken off the table, but yes, sir, those businesses may go forward and undertake their own initiatives to stop giving out bags for free, to charge for them, to give credit for those who are bringing reusable materials.
That's helpful. Yeah, I would certainly be in favor of putting the full weight and credibility of our city behind an initiative or an effort or campaign to push the business community, as we did through our example with, you know, banning the box or livable wage. I would certainly support that. You know, of all the battles that we can choose to, you know, poke the bear on with the legislature, this is incredibly important. I don't know if this is the one, given all that's going on right now in our city, that this is the one I'd want to, you know, invite, you know, a battle with the legislature on, particularly when we have some other, I think, credible ways to move forward right now. It's an incredibly important issue, but, you know, I'll yield to my colleagues, but I'm certainly in favor of moving forward with the educational piece, the things that we can do, the protections, the equity protections, and as many exemptions for folk who are already struggling shopping that we can do now, because 10 cents a bag is not going to fix systemic racism. And I hope y'all are going after those corporations as well, and those multinational corporations. So that's not going to fix it. But I've visited our waste facilities and I've seen the bag. So it's very real what these bags are doing in our community and the waste they have. And, you know, I'm from a community where we collect them, and they have a whole lot of other uses and implementation. A bunch of us got a whole bunch of them under our sink or inside the pantry.
As do
and we use them for other things, right? They're not just, we reuse them. But I do understand the impact on the environment. So I'm certainly in favor of moving forward with the things. But as far as daring the legislature to come get us, there's some other things I'd like to use that card for.
Of course.
So I'll yield back. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other comments? Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was probably, as you all may agree, probably the hardest to sell on this, and have, you know, really come around partly because I didn't think addressing plastic bags was far enough. I wanted to really address litter as a whole. I've been down to Sampson County. I've seen it. I've seen who lives around it. I also see who works there. I also, and I'm just putting some of our discussion out in the public, I also didn't feel comfortable as a restaurant owner, you know, asking a customer, hey, are you on SNAP or do you have food stamps or benefits or whatever? And if they said yes, then I would not charge them. So that was a little uncomfortable. However, where I was sold was the fact that we could do a pretty robust education campaign and that we could really alter the culture in our city. I own restaurants and I don't even have plastic bags in there, and we say, you know, use your utensils when you get home. We didn't do that because of this campaign. We did it because of our own values. However, it doesn't hurt. It didn't hurt our business, but at the same time, you know, there are some restaurants that are like little takeout, hole in the walls, great food that, you know, that do rely heavily on styrofoam takeouts and single-use plastics or whatever. The problem is that, you know, when you're buying something compostable or easily recyclable, it is extremely expensive. And then when, you know, you I always give the example when I go to Sam's Club, I can buy 1,000 plastic bags for $15, or I can go to Restaurant Depot and I can buy a bushel of paper bags and it's 50 in a bushel, and I think they're like $65. So the corporate system is backwards, it's upside down. So where I was sold was the effort in, really addressing some of these major corporations. Durham potentially signing on with the resolution with other cities where we could take that approach. In Sam's Club and Costco and BJ's, they don't even have bags. They just use, the boxes that it came in. It is possible. The other thing I felt a little uncomfortable with was I understand the psychology behind it. It's almost like going to Aldi's and putting a quarter. It's like you have to have a quarter to use the cart. So I understand the psychology behind the 10 cents. I do think that there is a bigger impact that we can make with the robust education campaign. The General Assembly attempt to preempt, well, not attempt, their expectation of preempting the city on any type of ordinance like this is a pickle. It's a monkey wrench. So I say all of that to say I wanted everybody to know what I was struggling with and how I came around to definitely being on board. I will be the biggest cheerleader in trying to push an education campaign across our city, encourage other restaurateurs and businesses to follow the same practices, and folks will be okay. But thank you for your work.
Councilwoman Hosey Hyman, thank you, colleague.
Hi, how are you? Thank you. So first I want to thank my colleague Carryover and Williams, who sat on the committee with me, but Carryover, she really just had a passion about this and kind of pushed us towards trying to get where we're at, so I want to say thank you. And I also was very much on board in terms of the educational piece. But I'm a social worker. I'm all about pushing the envelope anyway. So I know that this has preempted like what we could do. But I will say this, I appreciate all the work that you put into it. And I also appreciate, because I said to you that when you come in front of us, you were gonna have to deal with some of the issues on the equity piece. I knew that. I know my colleagues. So I just want to say thank you for going back and looking at that and kind of doing a revisit of that. Again, I think that we can move on the educational piece. But you just have done so much work. Even, you said you've been doing this for how many years, trying to get this moved? And I know that Carryover has been, the champion and advocating for it, and then I joined and Leo joined. So let's just kind of see if we can move that education. I don't want all your work to go in vain. So, thank you.
We appreciate that, and we pledge to continue to make sure that the work is put to good use, and we'll be happy to work with the city on a public education campaign, assuming there is staff available to move forward on that campaign.
Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one last clarifying question. I did hear in your presentation a recommendation that perhaps we can still hire the person, and my reading was that a lot of that person's activity would be tied to the ordinance. So absent the ordinance with any teeth in it, what do you envision? Would it just be dedicated to education in anticipation of one day passing the ordinance? Or what was your vision on us hiring someone even without the teeth, the legal teeth of an ordinance?
Well, the Solid Waste Management Department, is my understanding, has requested a public outreach and education coordinator for several years, predating the introduction of this proposal for an ordinance. And so I think that need is still present and perhaps magnified at this point in time. So while it wouldn't be, there was a separate provision that was for code enforcement that would be focused on implementation and enforcement of the ordinance. But the education component is still very much needed and would be designed towards, working with businesses to look into different alternatives, to educate consumers about how they could reduce their own waste through personal habits, educate people about the impacts of waste through the that's delivered through the stormwater system and into our drinking water supplies, things like that.
I conflated the code enforcement with the education. I appreciate it. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield back.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would like to call Ms. Tony Mason to speak to us at this time.
Hello, I'm Tony Mason, and I have a little business, Sew Crafty, where I teach sewing, and it's right across the street, actually. And I head up the Boomerang Bag volunteer bag making sessions that we do 4 times a month, and distribute these for free to some of the grocery stores that we've mentioned. And I just want to say, I don't understand why we don't just ban plastic bags. You know, we don't get any bags at Costco, like you mentioned, Costco, Sam's Club, Aldi's. The whole West Coast has no plastic bags and no styrofoam. Both those things are banned. So I know we're just a city and it's tiny steps, and to address your concerns about, we're not trying to indicate that reducing the use of plastic bags is going to take away the areas that are polluting, places where there's a high population of people of color. It's baby steps. And I personally, sometimes, I devote a lot of time to the volunteer organization of making these bags, and I often think, what a tiny drop in the bucket. I mean, what am I doing? Am I wasting my time here? But you have to start somewhere. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that staff had clear direction. I know that the education part of it was, when we talked as a subcommittee, we knew that the public was going to need a lot of time to get ready if there was going to be an ordinance. And so it wasn't going to be just an ordinance passed and all of a sudden you're paying for a fee or paying for a bag. We knew that there was going to have to be 6 months to a year of getting folks ready for it. So that's where the position, that's what we were thinking, and I still think it would be valuable because we do need to reduce waste, and I know it could be valuable for the city just with its attempts around a composting program as well. And so it seems like from what everyone has said who has spoken that the council is still interested in that at least, but wanted to make sure staff had heard some clear direction. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a clarifying question, ma'am? I think, thank you. One of the things in the recommendations was a comprehensive education period of 6 to 12 months before the policy goes into effect. I guess my question is, without the policy going into effect with a date certain, what would that educational piece look like? Would we now be focusing on encouraging businesses to take it upon themselves to charge the 10 cents fee? Because we wouldn't be educating them on what to expect when the policy goes into effect, because there'd be no policy. So how do we proceed with education? What would that look like? What would the curriculum look like for the education absent a policy?
I would defer to the solid waste management staff. Interim Director Fenton is here. I don't know, it's not my place to call on him, but I think that we would work closely with city staff to figure out what that looked like. But certainly doing outreach and education with the business community to see what information they need to be able to reduce waste within their practices, to better understand the concerns that they face. Those would be among the things that we would think would be useful for that education and outreach campaign, as well as, you know, working with other organizations across the city on their own waste management initiatives, educating consumers, things like that.
And when staff comes up, would that require an FTE, or was that within our standing capabilities?
Manager Page.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we had been working toward a scope of work, and I see management is here if they are needed to do exactly what you have read in this presentation today. Whenever there is a need for a new resource, or we are anticipating a resource, we would get together and determine the scope of work, write a job description, and at that time we would establish what happens with any position that we have, this one being the same. I do know that the department does have some some resources currently that involve educating our residents around different ordinances that we have around our solid waste municipal code, and it can always be expanded to other areas as our community needs it expanded. But we do not have that scope of work for a job that is created at this very moment.
Councilwoman Carryover.
So I guess my question to council is, are folks interested in giving direction to staff to move those resources so that it can be created in solid waste or waste management?
Is that a thumbs up?
I want to make sure I understand what the,
I mean, my understanding is if we're going to do any kind of education campaign, there actually has to be staff dedicated to it, regardless of whether there's an ordinance or not. Because businesses, kind of like what we did during COVID, where we had extra resources that went out into small businesses and encouraged them, you know, had signage that said wear a mask, whatever, and it was branded and it was clear and it was from the city and the county. I'm assuming it's going to be something similar, that there would be a city and county-wide campaign to reduce waste, and that is going to take actual resources. And so we don't have to make a decision right now, but I don't want to leave from today, from this presentation, not providing some kind of guidance of how we're going to move forward.
Councilman Williams?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If we can officially request modifying the education campaign with staff and then bringing it back to us to see what that looks like. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, people can come back, but I want to have a clear next step. And to me, the next step is we want resources for staffing to move an education campaign forward, whether or not there's an ordinance, because we can't have an ordinance.
Right. So if my understanding is correct, there still will be an education campaign, but it does need to be modified for the sake of just official record, because right now we will be preparing for an ordinance that is just screwed up now. So we will be able to still utilize all of the information that's been collected, just modifying it for long-term, just ongoing.
So I think that there's still lingering concern about or confusion about that public education campaign. It was never designed, the position that that solid waste had requested was never focused on the ordinance. It was focused on broader needs around waste management for the city. And so what we're suggesting is going ahead, funding that position, and then as part of the position, running a public education campaign on waste reduction specifically, that would be part of its charge.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and I appreciate the advocacy. I'm having a hard time with the conversation around advocating resources for solid waste, knowing that we have not had the conversation about allocating resources for the current staff of solid waste. And so I can't say that I want to move forward at this point, but I do think that it's worth having an additional conversation about what it might look like. I don't know that that's a position, and I don't feel comfortable moving forward on that yet.
City Manager Page, did you have a comment about anything?
I think that, you know, at this point in the conversation, with the recent information that has been brought forward, we've talked about this, speaking about this type of work has been going on for several years, maybe, 4 or 5 years. It probably would be best for us to reconvene and determine what exactly we would resource or have as a resource in this space. It wouldn't take long. We've had those discussions in our as we have refreshed our city strategic plan. We are always, we're almost at budget presentation season, or the kickoff of that will happen at the end of December or January. So it's really just a timing matter. We hear the direction that's being that is in discussion that is going on here. I just don't know that it is something that we would be in a position to make a final determination about today.
I think what I'm hearing is that we, as a council, will be willing to delve into more deeply the educational policies. But first, we'd like to know, of course, what's going to happen in Raleigh. And then we will ask your group to reconvene to give us an outlook of what that's going to look like. What does the education policy, what does that look like? So can we have, we say we come back in maybe December, January, with a plan on what that policy looks like? Is that a good time frame that gives you all about 3 months to reconvene and figure out what's going on with the budget? Is that a thumbs up? Come back, report back to us in about, well, December, January. I'll defer to the manager's office on the agenda, but I would think giving you all at least 3 months to come back and present the council with a plan.
Yes, ma'am, we'd be happy to do that, and we will work closely with the City Solid Waste Management Office to come up with the contours of that plan.
So your committee is still on? Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We'll now turn to prescriptions for repair, which is item 21, and we'll have updates on that.
Recording stopped.
Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, thank you very much for inviting us to join you today. I'm Henry Rice. I'm a surgeon at Duke University, and I am honored to be speaking with my colleagues, Asmund Johnson, Lorraine Graves, and Christopher Solomon on our project called Prescriptions for Repair. And in following Councilwoman Caballero's comment on creative ways to tackle tough problems in Durham, that's what we did. Our program was designed to address part of the challenges, the complexities of the epidemic of gun violence in our community. I remember standing here a year ago with our team asking you for partial support, and I want to thank you for it. And with your generous support and with support of Duke Health, we're able to operate this pilot program for 1 year. We started it, we ended it on time, we came in under budget, and it's our pleasure today to share with you some of the lessons that we've learned to help inform steps moving forward. That being said, first thing I want to emphasize is that this program was really a team effort among community groups, Restorative Justice Durham primarily, Duke University, NCCU, and the city. And these are groups that don't often work together to address some of the complexities that our community faces. I want to thank Councilwoman Holsley for introducing us to the social work staff at NCCU, and we were able to really leverage all the expertise that, that each of us brought to the platform, and we're here to share it with you. So I'm going to yield to Ms. Johnson.
Thank you so much, Council, and everyone listening. I was the coordinator for the program, so I've had the great privilege and honor to be the hub in the middle of the wheel, pulling together so many different interests, motivation, expertise, and to be able to communicate that clearly and using our goal. The goal of our pilot was very simple, and it was to listen and learn what survivors of gun violence need to heal. We did that through the structure that you see there on your screen, which was through listening sessions. We had community-based trained volunteers. Well, they were paid, I apologize, that came together, 2 facilitators and a survivor in a room, a private space in the city, mostly libraries, to be able to just listen to the story, ask the restorative justice questions. What happened? What were you thinking and feeling then and now? Who was affected and how? And what needs to be done to make things as right as possible? That's what our sessions were. Survivors received up to 8 hours that they were allotted to be able to share their story in a non-judgmental way through the restorative justice approach, receive compensation, as did everyone involved with our pilot, create an individual prescription for repair. We did our transcription process, and then we'll be doing our dissemination process, starting with these presentations, but there will be a public report to follow. How do I get to the next one? Sorry, I'm not so tech savvy. So these are just a few of our milestones. So our pilot ran from August through October because we are still facilitating. We still have about 5 participants who are still finishing up their sessions. We've had 28 participants to date. 11 were survivors, meaning that they were shot. And then we also had 17 loved ones who came in support of their loved one who was murdered to be able to share their story. We did train 28 community-based facilitators. I always say thank you, Councilmember Javiera, for coming to our training, and also for your advocacy, and everyone for your collaboration and participation with Prescriptions for Repair. We did conduct 79 sessions, which is 158 hours of listening. And then we had our monitoring and evaluation process that was done separately through the Duke Institute for Health Innovation, where we also did exit surveys for both facilitators and survivors to be able to reflect back on our program. And then we did our qualitative analysis of the lessons learned. And I'll now pass it off.
Good afternoon. So we're going to give you some information regarding the outcomes that we received. And one of the things that we learned when we conducted the sessions was that we really did enjoy listening to the stories that were told, and that it was a gap in care. And so we wanted to make sure that part of this information that we're sharing, that it was very valuable for us to hear, and that we also had a participant to say, I feel like there are parts of myself that I've taken back because of these sessions. So it was very powerful for the individuals to respond.
And another key theme that came out of the listening sessions were poverty, race, and racism. And so the survivors talked a lot about their personal experiences with gun violence, and how poverty and structural racism, how they perceive that being contributing factors to gun violence in their community. They talked about the harm that gun violence does in their community, and some examples of that were the breakdown of social networks, relationships, the breakdown, the expectations of some of the social norms, in addition to, again, talking about the economic challenges to control gun violence in their community. One of the participants stated with gun violence, it's happening to people in poverty. Somebody is giving them the guns and selling them. So again, the feedback that we received really helped us to see how survivors were feeling and thinking as it relates of experiencing gun violence in their community.
A couple of more key lessons that we've learned from survivors of gun violence is respondent after respondent emphasized that there's a need to focus our resources on our children and our youth before people get caught up in a cycle of gun violence. There were some very constructive sort of recommendations, such as the need to build our stock of community youth centers, other school-based resources, as well as to engage with local leadership and knowledge so that these resources are modeling opportunities that are accepted, that are culturally relevant, and this was really thought by almost all the participants in the project. So I think we really do need to listen to those most affected by gun violence when it comes to thinking about resource allocation. Here's just one quote of this, is that kids need to have something when they get off that bus, when they walk home from school, that they can look forward to go to, and somewhere that they can learn and do. And finally, one of the fourth big lessons that we learned is that when you think about novel projects like this to address the challenges of gun violence, to sustain it beyond a pilot project really does take new thinking among public, private, and community partners. And how do we do this? We learned a tremendous number of lessons how to do this in the context of gun violence. We've built bridges between experts at NCCU, Duke, and the city. We've learned sort of just practical things, how to get Uber accounts to get people things, how to arrange research agreements. Where to go next really kind of comes down to how do we take these lessons and implement them in a way that is sustained. I will say that one of the real concrete examples from many participants is a need for community navigators, people to help survivors of gun violence, both in a physical space as well as in a support space, know where to get the resources they need during the trauma recovery period. Again and again, people felt lost, and then oftentimes our program was the first time that they were approached with access to some of these resources. This person said, we need community advocates, literally meaning people who know the neighborhood, somebody who knows the names of the streets, the nicknames for the neighborhoods. They're the counselors, the psychotherapists, the social workers. That's the resource. So that is just a snapshot of the lessons learned. As Ms. Johnson mentioned, we actually have a small report for you. We have a larger report coming out to some of our community members. We actually have some academic publications, and we're continuing to work and learn from this, and we'll certainly keep you in the loop and hope to partner with you moving forward. Happy to take any questions or comments as well.
Thank you so much for a great presentation. Councilwoman Jose Hyman, we'll start with you first.
You know I have to make a comment. One of the things that I love is that when I had first got on council, I know that this was something that they were working on, and when you first presented, I felt like there was a social work lens missing. The fact that I didn't want people to be re-traumatized and not have someone who has been clinically trained to be able to address that. And so I immediately went into action to get you connected to my outstanding, did I say outstanding? Outstanding colleagues, Dr. Graves, Professor Solomon, because that's how we're trained. And we are actually educating the new generation of MSWs to be able to look at people look at things from a person and environment lens. You know, and so when you're talking about that, they are saying, which is not like surprising to me, that they are looking for people who are like care navigators, people who kind of know some of the things that are going on in their communities. And that extends to that person and environment, that ecological system that we teach our students and that how we are trained. And so I am so grateful that you took that feedback from me. For maybe the sixth time I felt like I really should have been on this council and brought a social work lens that no one else really had. And so I am so grateful that you were able to work together in collaboration. And I want to see that, you know, I know you're going to put your findings in writing, your outcomes, but I really want to move forward to how do we begin to really put the programs involved that these people that, you know, the residents that you spoke with said they needed. We always do a lot of this, you know, pilot stuff, and so, but how do we then move forward? And so I'm hoping that the council continues to push the outcomes that you are going to put in your presentation, and we move forward on it, because clearly people who have been victims of gun violence need the help, they need the education, and they need the expertise. So thank you so much. Thank you for my colleagues that didn't kill me when I was like, I got something for y'all to do. I appreciate it. They have had a lot of that since I've been on council. So I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. Oh, you're back.
Any other comments? Councilwoman Carryover.
Just very briefly, thank you so much for all of your work. Really excited that that we were able to do the pilot, and look forward to figuring out what our next steps are. Thank you.
Again, we appreciate the collaboration with NCCU and Duke and the city. When we first started talking about this, I did have some reservations. What are we gonna uncover? And so I am pleased with your results and look forward to your final report, and hopefully we can move forward. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, I was raising my finger. So Dr. Rice, good to see you again, and thank you for bringing this brilliant team with you. And Councilmember Hyman, you're right. Thank you for what you brought to the expanding this. And I want to thank the members of the Community Safety Task Force as well, who brought this to us. I'm looking forward to reading the full report. I actually do read those things. I'm looking forward to reading the full report. I do want to say, you know, we're the government, so we tend to focus on interdiction, getting the guns, making arrests, trying to focus on the front end. And we don't do nearly good enough a job with the afterwards to folk who have been victimized. We think prosecuting is serving them or making arrests. So it was really a pleasure and a privilege to be able to vote for this and support this on the back end. The pilot's over, but I would certainly be interested in looking for ways that the city can, and in a concrete, and thanks Duke for putting up some money as well. The city can continue to partner to serve victims after the fact, in addition to or above and beyond just getting guns off the street and the government front end stuff. So thank you for some really wonderful work. I can imagine what some of the things you heard from folk who were victimized, and we certainly pray and hope that this helped in their healing process and that some good was done with spending this money, and hope we look for more on-ramps to do more good in this way in the future. Thank you so much. Good to see you all. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you all. We now move to item 9, cemetery ordinance revisions and project updates.
I apologize, just 1 minute, I'll try to find the presentation.
Man, you ain't know you was coming?
I'm just messing. I did, and I've been waiting. Wow. I'm sorry. Presentations. I know. I'm sorry. I was looking for presentations. Oh, there we go. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor O'Neill, City Council.
If you spend for 1 second. Madam Clerk, please be advised the mayor is going to be off the podium for a minute. I'm assuming the gavel. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Al Walker. I'm the Business Services Manager for the Department of General Services. And today we'll give you a brief presentation on an update on the cemetery's operations. We'll talk about the two city cemeteries that we currently manage and operate. We'll discuss the expansion projects at Beechwood Cemetery. We'll talk about our plans for sustainable burial options and reimagining city cemeteries for our customers and residents. And we'll give a quick peek on our future plans and projects for the division. With me today, I have our cemetery staff. We have Erica Beauvoir. Erica is our Fuse Fellow. She's been with our team for about a year, and she's been laser focused on our sustainable burial options and laying out that roadmap. We have Brittany Fuller. Brittany's our acting cemetery administrator. We have Joel Cabrera. Joel is our maintenance supervisor. And we have Mr. Joseph Galla. Joseph is our intern from North Carolina Central University. So this is our team and our staff. And so we'll go through the presentation, and at the end of the last slide, we'll take questions. All right. The city manages two cemeteries, Maplewood and Beechwood. Maplewood Cemetery is located off of Duke University Drive. It was established in 1872, about 120 acres, 37 which are undeveloped, which gives a reasonable amount of expansion possibilities. The original grid layout was 88,000 burial spaces and was opened as a segregated cemetery. But as soon as most of the land was deeded to the city, those restrictive covenants were eliminated. It's a location of our administrative office and business office and the maintenance facilities for staff. We also operate Beechwood Cemetery, established in 1924, slightly under 24 acres, historically an African-American public cemetery. The grid layout is about 14,000 burial spaces, and currently we have 3 acres under development for expansion. And we'll talk briefly about those projects. One of the expansion projects at Beechwood Cemetery is the Columbarium Garden. So the columbarium is a structure that's erected to intern cremations. And so you might hear about columbariums versus mausoleums. Mausoleums it's a larger structure which you intern full body in caskets above ground. So the Columbarium Garden will be established. We're expecting somewhere between 65 and 75 spaces, very well manicured and landscaped. And so adjacent to this, we'll also have a development of a new section for traditional burials, which is going to provide about 50 to 60 spaces, additional spaces at Beechwood. And the estimated completion date of this project will be June 2024. The second expansion project at Beechwood is the southwest corner expansion, which is a larger project. We're clearing about 2 acres, and it's going to consist of 330 traditional burial spaces and an additional 50 to 60 sustainable burial spaces. And when we talk about sustainable, we're talking about green burials. Erica is going to take a deeper dive in just a few seconds in the presentation to discuss that. And again, the estimated completion date for this project will be 2024, June of 2024. With these pictures, the ones on the left are the southwest corner expansion. You can see a temporary bridge, and that'll be a more permanent structure once we're done. And then you have a design of the Beechwood Columbarium project. And the Columbarium project is going to reside closer to the entrance of the cemetery. So now I'll bring up Erica. She can give us an update on reimagining city cemeteries.
Great job.
Thank you.
Hello, people. How are you all? I know it's a long day. I know. Hello, hello. Thank you for having me. I am Erica Javier Beauvoir. I had the privilege of hanging a spell with the city of Durham and getting to know the folks, getting to know what it is that you all desire when it comes to different burial options. And I am thrilled to let you all know what some things I was able to get from the community engagement. So when I think of these things, I like to create a mission, and this mission is create equitable, innovative, dignified, sustainable, environmentally friendly burial options, as well as education access to all city cemeteries, which we know now as Beechwood and Maplewood. But first, do we know what green natural burials are? Show of hands, has anybody heard of green natural burials? Of course you have. All right. Very similar to what I found in the community is not a lot of folks know about green natural burials. Green natural burials is the body interment, the body going back into the earth uninterrupted. And what that means is we are taking away toxic fluids like embalming fluid. We are getting rid of that cement vault. And the casket or the container has to be biodegradable, right? Because what we don't think of when we think of green natural burials is environmental justice. Something we don't think about because oftentimes we don't think of death. It's not something we think about on a regular basis because we are trying to live, right? But what if a housing development decides to take over some old cemetery land? That cemetery land had all traditional burials. And that land decides to build on that land. And let's say there are folks that want to now have gardens in the back of their land. Now they're thinking they're getting organic. This is from the earth. This is good stuff. However, possibility that there is other things in the soil that may interrupt that organic process because of the fluids and the things that are inside that soil. So this is an environmental justice concern. Some of the things that I received, I did a feedback in City of Durham. I did a survey in reference to what folks wanted to see when it came to green natural burials. 87% of the folks that I surveyed over 350 people over across of different events, meetings, focus groups. 87% said they're interested in green natural burial options. 72% is interested in ongoing education around green natural burial options. 88% wanted ash scattering gardens because cremation is also on the rise. 90% were in agreement with just continuing this education process and being focused on green natural burials. And 25% of the people that I surveyed knew about green natural burial, but then if I break down that data a little bit more, only 3% of the people of color that I came in contact with knew about green natural burials. So some of the accomplishments, I talked about it. We have a lot of survey information from Durhamites. It was just me doing all this work. Over 100 hours of researching green burial best practices and sample policies. I had a lot of touch points, over 200 touch points and emails and calls discussing green natural burials so we can get that information out to the community. Right now we have 3 funeral homes on board when it comes to green natural burial implementation and counting. And there was over 30 community engagement events spreading the word when it came to green natural burials, as well as we did some things with Haiti. We did a focus group at a senior home as well. So there was a lot of touch points in trying to get people to just know what green natural burials are. So there's a couple of things that came up as barriers as I got feedback from folks. One interesting story was a woman wanted a green natural burial for her cousin. She decided to go to a funeral home and ask for assistance for 2 things, and that was refrigeration and transportation. The funeral home said, we're gonna charge full price for refrigeration and transportation, and that's a barrier because no one has $6,000 or so to just do transportation, refrigeration, and then have to pay for the actual funeral on top of that. So I realized that that was a barrier for a lot of folks and decided to create an ecosystem. That ecosystem allows for more expansion when it comes to green natural burials. We have the policy piece, because right now the policy doesn't allow for green natural burials, so first we have to get the policy in alignment with green natural burials. The funeral home participation, I created business models for the funeral homes here specifically, so they know how they can offer this to Durhamites. I talked to a to Aquamation, which is cremation by water space. They are interested in just helping out with the refrigeration and transportation piece and just creating a offering of just refrigeration, transportation, just in case somebody else just needs those services. And also death doula access. Let's say somebody doesn't want to have a funeral home part of the practice. You can have a death doula a part of your funeral experience and take over the paperwork, take over the cleansing and the washing as well, and do a lot of the coordination with cemeteries. As well as one of my favorite pieces that I have not seen anywhere. This is created for Durham, and it's arts and culture, and that's the Funerary Arts Collective and Listserv. What this means is that I have scoured North Carolina to find the artisans that are specifically in this work. So there is a woman in North Carolina that weaves caskets by hand in a farm. It's glorious. There are folks that do shroud making. There are folks that are willing to help with obituaries. There are poets that are willing to create something for families and loved ones as well. So this ecosystem will give people additional alternatives when it comes to funerary practices. So we talked about briefly with Beechwood becoming a hybrid cemetery, those 50 to 60 plots that we discussed, and making sure that the funeral homes know about the strategy, incentivizing those particular funeral homes that want to be a part of the green natural burial offerings. And maybe, I've talked to a couple of folks that wanted to change their traditional plots over to green natural burial plots now that they know and they have education in reference to this particular service. Just continuing the feedback loop, and that feedback loop being housed with the city cemetery administrator and the folks that are doing the work, that are doing amazing work right now. So folks can continuously give information as well as input as to what they want for their future green natural burial practices in the city of Durham. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. So as you can see, there's been a lot of work done so far on green natural burials for the division. And our hope is that we'll continue to push this program forward. It's also our hope that our facility can become green natural burial certified. And before I forget, I want to applaud and recognize that Erica, Joel, and Brittany they all have their individual certifications for G&B. So they studied hard, they took the test, they passed the test. So it will put us in a great position for our facilities and that application to go forward and for those locations to become certified. Before we close, one of the major points on this slide is that our cemetery ordinance and the revisions that are in front of you for consideration this cycle is the first hurdle to that. And approving those revisions and those updates will get us started. So we would appreciate your consideration on that. For future items, we're continuing to work with the cemetery staff on trainings, continue to maximize our plot box, our computerized data system that was implemented maybe 2 years ago. It's been a game changer for us, and to continue to continue to use the Discover Ever After app. And that's a location app that you can use on your phone to find loved ones in either one of our cemeteries. It's driven by Google Maps. It will take you directly to the location with just a name and a couple of buttons pushed on your device. So our staff loves that. Our customers love it. And so it's been a huge game changer for us. And so that completes our presentation. We'd like to entertain any questions.
That was a great presentation. Go ahead, Councilman Williams.
Yeah, I was just going to say this is really honorable. Like there's a lot of anxiety in trying to bury a loved one, and just that big bulky casket you got to go through, and it's like you got to pay for the headstone, you got to pay for all of the steps. You're like, oh, I got to pay for a lockbox too. It's really hard to be in an emotional disaster and then try to handle something so technical. And I just think that this process really just makes that entire process much more honorable, much more caring, and I just appreciate the work that has been put into it. So thank you.
Councilman Jose.
Hi, thank you. Unfortunately, I've had to bury 3 people in my family, 2 sisters, a dad, and, well, 4 now, my mother-in-law. And so when my sister passed 21 years ago, I had the opportunity to get involved with, she died of breast cancer, a mausoleum. And no one in my family had ever done that, but she prepared for that. And so my question is, because I'm very happy about the growth of the mausoleum piece, but I know I learned that it's better to try to kind of, for the public, for people to purchase those mausoleums pre-construction. So is that something that you're going to be able to offer? Because, I mean, that was just something that I experienced, that we were able, because of her sickness, we were able to purchase it because it was cheaper at that time prior to it actually being built.
Yeah, so let me make sure we're on the same page with talking about the mausoleum versus the columbarium and what we're selling currently at Beechwood and Maplewood. So families have the option to build a small mausoleum given the opportunity to purchase the spaces that are available in the cemetery. The effort at Beechwood is solely just for a columbarium, and it's only for interning cremated remains. And so not a large structure for caskets above ground, but again, families have the option to do that on their own, albeit a smaller example of that.
My colleague that was just here, Professor Solomon, I knew nothing about the green natural burial, and it's really weird because we were talking about this like a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying this is something he was looking into because we're very close, and he always tells me things, and I had never heard anything about it. So thank you for, number one, the information, but I also feel that we have to continue to educate, especially our people of color, because, like, again, this is not, I'm learning a lot in terms, or have learned a lot in terms of being on this council. I've always fought for environmental justice, but I've learned so much more being on this council and being with colleagues like Freeman and the people who really know a lot about it. And so I just would like to see more education in the community, especially around people of color, because it's not something that, first of all, we want to talk about, think about, or anything like that. But this is another option, and I really did not even know about it until he was just here, Professor Solomon, started saying, okay, Dr. Hyman, we got to talk, because, he tells me everything. So he was talking about this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, good to see y'all. And I can imagine the number of people that are watching this meeting, because it happens all the time, who are saying, we didn't know that the city ran cemeteries or owned the cemetery. Had no idea that this was a city service. And I want to thank you all for your professionalism. I've watched you when I've been at cemeteries, and standing back and giving the families room, but having everything ready when they get there. It's a service that nobody wants to use, but it's absolutely essential. And when we do have to use it, it's good to know we have such compassionate, caring people who do it with dignity and professionalism. So let me thank you for what you do there. I do want to ask a question about, and you touched on it in the presentation about the equity issue with green and natural burials. And some of us know that sometimes you gotta wait a week for family to come in town. And the way we're able to do that is because they've been embalmed. So you don't run up against the health issues, and sometimes we just gotta wait a couple weeks. Gotta get that money together. Folk gotta get off work. Can't buy plane tickets, you gotta take a road trip. We know about that. So I guess my question is, one, what is the statutory environment in terms of the health department, in terms of how long you can, what's the longest green natural burial and refrigeration? I imagine that can start getting as costly as embalming if you've got to refrigerate someone waiting. So talk to me about that and some of the ways we can perhaps equitably, you know what I'm asking.
think so.
Yeah, okay.
So when it comes to refrigeration, there isn't actually statutes in place because it depends on the body itself and how the body passed away. So for instance, if it was something where the, let's say, heart attack or something like that, there are certain things that happen to the body itself that will make the body break down a little quicker. So it really depends on what happens in the transition period. Now, with refrigeration, I can tell you the longest that I've seen for a green natural burial. The longest I've seen is a week.
A week.
With refrigeration, right? However, a lot of the funeral homes here specifically in North Carolina, they try to get the body in the ground within about 48 to 72 hours when it comes to green natural burials. So this is one of those things where we may have to reconfigure how we think about funeral services. And we have to think about, are we going to pay for the refrigeration? With the ecosystem, you'll have access to refrigeration, but if people are saying, I'll be able to get there in 2 weeks, we may have to have different conversations with our family because that might not be a possibility if the person wanted a green natural burial because it is their wishes.
Right.
And we have to keep their wishes in mind. So I've seen the longest being a week, but we try to strive for around, at the max, like 72 hours, similar to a Muslim funeral, similar to a Jewish funeral, that type of environment.
Yeah. No, that's very useful, and I'm glad you mentioned, this is going to touch on culture. Well, there's going to be some cultural competence that's got to be present in talking about this. Finally, there was an issue a few years ago, about the fences around our cemetery, and just, from an aesthetic point of view, and I know there was also some line of sight issues in terms of just securing the place. Any updates on how things are going with the perimeter of the property?
So are you asking about if there are any issues?
Any more issues with the,
There have not been any significant issues in regards to the perimeter in terms of security also. Again, the fence was removed primarily for beautification efforts because the perimeter fencing absolutely did nothing to dispel any vandalism or any issues that were going on in the cemetery. But the calls and the complaints sort of settled down. We no longer get those anymore. But no, there have not been any issues, any reportable issues in regards to the perimeter fencing not being there.
Well, all right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the report, and thank you for the work you do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Freeman.
I appreciate the report and the presentation and the engagement as well. I did want to ask if there were any thoughts around what a program would look like, if this has not been explored at all, and what funding might look like, because I'm hearing you say that the green natural burial is where we want to go because that's more environmentally friendly. But is there an incentive to go in that direction, whether it's for the funeral home or for the family?
So with the funeral homes, one of the things that we talked about is incentivizing the first year of their green natural burial certification, because through Green Burial Council, you're able to just be in alignment with what actual green natural burial practices are within the cemetery. So with beechwood and maplewood being hybrids, there are certain protocols that need to be in place in order for you to do this work in alignment with green burial practices. So that's the first incentive. The second incentive, as I was doing this work and doing a lot of landscaping analysis, figuring out what other cemeteries were doing, When it comes to green natural burials, there's actually a couple of types of cemeteries. There's the city cemetery, so the cemeteries that we're all used to seeing. Then there's sanctuaries, where those look more like parks or preserves with a lot of wildflowers. The maintenance isn't the same when it comes to those particular cemeteries. Now, with green natural burials being in a sanctuary, the sanctuary that is the closest, folks that are interested in green natural burials would have to pay $4,000 right up front for a plot. I see that as an equity issue because I don't know, not even in my own family, folks that have access to $4,000 to put down on a plot, and it's not a payment plan or anything like that. You have to put down $4,000 for that plot. What I thought was a really good idea for the city of Durham is to keep the plots the same price as the traditional here in the city. Because now everybody they're usually getting traditional plots will now have access to green natural burial plots that they wouldn't if they decided to go outside of the cemetery structure to bury their loved ones. So that's how I was able to create equity in this space, because I know outside of this, the prices are higher for the burial plots. And one of the things and one of the gifts of green natural burials is that you can save some money. You save money on the embalming, you save money on the vaults, you save money, you could potentially save money on the caskets, or you can make it as lavish as you want to. But you do have the option to save money. So I wanted that savings to continue with the actual burial plots and just keep it the same price.
And then just to follow up, did you document, I guess in this process, which, I guess, private cemeteries are providing this service, and are any of them in Durham?
When it comes to green burial practices and being in alignment with like Green Burial Council and doing it as protocol, there aren't any. There are cemeteries that are doing their own thing and making sure that the families get what they desire. So if a family wants a steel casket but no embalming, right, they can do that. If they want to shroud but embalm the body, they can do that. So it's more family wishes and what the family wants. In reference to green burial certified cemeteries, there aren't any in the Durham area.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was all brand new to me, but something that I'm always interested in. I'm one of those ones that really don't like a traditional funeral. I do have a question for you about what is an ash scattering garden? I mean, we can have all kinds of ideas of what that looks like, but what is that?
So with cremations being over 50% of what is happening now, and it increased obviously during COVID, there are folks that are looking for options as to how to utilize those ashes or how to create some sort of ritual with those ashes. One thing that is popular that I have actually got the feedback from a lot of the funeral homes here in Durham, and there were some funeral homes in Raleigh as well, having more options to scatter the cremains and being more intentional about where those spaces are, how they look, how they feel. More nature-centered places where people can go visit, sit, reflect, and be with their loved one and think about their loved one. So gardens with a lot of flowers, native plants, native trees, passageways, just something very beautiful for folks to go to scatter the cremains.
I was just going to ask, is there an ongoing like conversation or engagement that's occurring that we might be able to follow up on? Because I feel like I have a lot more questions, but I feel like this is probably not the best place for all of them.
So you want to be able to ask me questions later? That's fine. That's fine.
Well, thank you. That was very informative. We appreciate that and appreciate your work in the. All right, everybody. Any more questions? All right, we're on to item number 6.
Thank you. Good job.
Request to carry over funding from fiscal year 2022-23 to fiscal year 2023-24, amend the fiscal year 2023-24 budget, other capital improvement plan project ordinances, and internal service funds spending plans, and we have a presentation. Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the staff is gathering to begin this presentation for you this afternoon, I did want to take a few moments to address the employees who are here, inclusive of the 2,655 employees that have a heart for service, and they come to work every single day to serve the residents of Durham, whether that is by emptying a recycling bin or picking up a trash can in an office, whether it is ensuring that the technology works, whether it is working with a family who has had a loved one to pass away. It may be a fleet maintenance technician that is changing a tire for a fire truck so a firefighter can go to an emergency. Or it may be a community safety employee who is working with someone who is in crisis. It may be a police officer who is going to investigate an incident that has happened or respond to an incident that has happened. The reason we're here today is to speak about what we may invest in, what we may be able to fund from savings that we have on an annual basis. This is not a new process. We do it every single year. We did it last year around this time. When our fiscal year is over and we determine what our actual activities are, we then know what is in our unallocated fund balance. The majority of the priorities that we fund, we don't work on that in just one day or 1 week. We start with that process almost as soon as it ends the last time. We begin our kickoff in January, and we have a lot of processes to engage our residents, engage our employees, engage our elected officials, so that we can take the limited resources that we have, primarily from taxes and fees, in order to fund the highest priorities that we have as an organization to serve the community. When we do get to this point that you are about to hear from staff, we are proposing to you how we plan to allocate funding that has not already been used. Funding can only be used one time, and spending $1 in one place removes it from the ability to spend it in another place. So we know that these allocation decisions are very difficult. We expect them to be. And we are here today to provide you information to help you make the best decision that you can with the unallocated funds that we have at this time. So thank you for the opportunity to introduce this item.
Thank you, City Manager Page. Turn it over to you.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. Christina Reardon, Budget and Management Services. I'm here today to provide you with an update on the carryover recommendation. As City Manager Page has said, this process is one that we do every single year. And these are recommendations we make to council at this time of the year on the use of fund balance. They're based on data that we have as we close out the fiscal year and as we receive kind of our last sales tax payment, which just happened in September. So normally you get this as a packet in your agenda. It's an agenda item you receive. But this year I'm going to present you with a presentation to kind of walk you through our recommendations and some of the specifics around this year's carryover agenda item. So as a reminder, there is really only one funding source that we talk about when we're talking about our carryover request, and that is fund balance. So at this time of the year, our revenue sources are set. You know, we've already set our property tax for the year, which is our major revenue source. And so this is the time of year where we kind of look at our fund balance and make recommendations on our carryover process and how to use some of that fund balance. As you all are well aware, the city has a fund balance policy that we follow. And that policy, as you can see from this slide, which just kind of has a little quote from it, is there to help, fund balance is there for the event of an emergency or unforeseen circumstances, and it is also one of the major factors that are considered by our bond rating agencies. And just as a reminder, our fund balance policy states that our unassigned fund balance amount should be 16.7% of our adjusted budget, and that it can only be used for one-time purposes. So I'm about to walk you through some of our historical fund balance information, and also about how we've calculated fund balance for this fiscal year and the coming fiscal year. And some of the information I want to talk to you about is about a projection, and I wanted you to provide you with some of the assumptions that we have used on how to determine that. And these projections are important because they help us determine how much fund balance we currently have available and how much we think we have available for future years as well. So on this slide, we have some of the assumptions that we have used, and the first one is that I will be talking about general fund balance. There's fund balance in all our funds, but most of our employees and services sit in our general fund, and that's what we'll be focused on today. Not all fund balance is available for appropriation. The fund balance we're going to be talking about today is unassigned fund balance, but there is parts of the fund balance that are already appropriated and that we won't be talking about. For some of the years, I will be talking about actuals, which means that they come from our annual comprehensive financial report, which is the audit that our finance department completes every year. And that happens usually at the end of October. So for FY23, we are still, the finance department is still working on that projection. We think we have a pretty good number here for you today, but that I just want to warn you that it can change slightly as they finish out that audit process. The fund balance for FY24 and 25 that you'll see is a projection, and I'm going to walk you through some of our thinking on that. And then also just to let you know that we have taken a consideration of the pay market study implementation in FY25. So on this slide, you will see a chart that shows the city's fund balance history. And as I previously stated, fiscal year 18 through 22 are actuals. FY23 is our unaudited amount. And then FY24 and 25 are projections that we'll be talking about our assumptions a little bit later in the presentation. So we always assess our fund balance as a percentage of our adjusted budget, and that is the third line that you see in the chart. You know, our fund balance policy that I referenced before states that we must maintain 16.7% of that adjusted budget, and that is really the floor that we have for our fund balance. We cannot go below that 16.7 without having a kind of a plan in place for how to replace it in the next fiscal year. So we don't want to be at the 16.7 because it doesn't allow us any sort of room to spend fund balance on other things. And also 16.7, just to give you some perspective, is about 2 months operating of the city's operating budget. So the other, the kind of main target percentage that I want to highlight, and that's highlighted in the chart, is 25%. And this is a target that staff believe is a best practice for the city of our size, and something that our rating agencies kind of want to see when we go before them to get our rating. And this is where we would like to kind of maintain our fund balance. So as you can see from kind of the chart in the lower right-hand corner, historically, we have been trying to kind of get to that 25%. And then in years, especially years 22 and 23, we are above that 25%. And so what we are proposing with this use of fund balance and our carryover recommendation is that we take fund balance back down to 24.7, or close to that 25%, and that that will allow us to be within that targeted range, and that also, we also want to look out at the following year as well to see that we are still maintaining that 25%. And that's important because because fund balance is a percentage, when your budget grows, the amount of fund balance you need to maintain a percentage has to grow as well too. So that's kind of a difficult concept to explain, but amount and percentages are different concepts. So we want to maintain that percentage because that's what we're going to be is going to be looked at by the rating agencies, and also what we need to maintain our cash flow as we think about the city and our needs. Okay, so why does fund balance matter? And as I've started to talk about, our rating agencies strongly consider fund balance when they are assigning our credit rating. It's also important for the fiscal health of the city. And one of the things about Durham is that we are a AAA rated city, which just was confirmed this last week as well too. There's a press release that just went out. And that is a distinction that not many cities in the state have. It also allows us to borrow at the best rate possible for the city when we go out. So this slide is really just a representation of what a one-notch downgrade in the city's GO bond rating, the impact it would have on a 20-year bond. So in the first example, a $300 million bond at 20 years would cost the city $1.5 million extra if we went down one notch in our credit rating. On a $100 million bond, it would be $525,000. And of course, the impact is greater with every additional notch downgrade. So this slide is kind of giving you some details on the projection for FY24 and 25. And on the left side, you will see some of the key drivers of how we calculated our fund balance. One of the key drivers is the bonus a cost for a potential bonus in FY24, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in detail. But some of the other drivers for FY24, we have a beginning fund balance, and then there are things that get appropriated out of that, which is our appropriation fund balance, which is $13.8 million, which is what is currently appropriated in the FY24 budget for one-time items. Our carryover recommendation, which are the departmental requests that you have in your memo today, and which is what we normally bring forward to you at this time, which are one-time items that departments need to get done in FY24. The bonus, and then you'll also see a number for our projected budget variance. We always know that there is some amount of variance from our budget to actuals, and so we have kind of taken that into consideration when we're doing this calculation. So with that, that gets you to an ending unassigned fund balance number of $64.8 million, which, as we talked about on the previous slide, is 24.7% of adjusted budget. In FY25, the assumption really takes into account our budget variance. We have not made any other assumptions for that. The only thing I would like to point out is that in FY25, our adjusted budget does include an estimate for the pay study implementation. And as you can see, we've used about $21.2 million as an estimate for that. We wouldn't use fund balance to pay for a pay study implementation because it would be an ongoing cost. So a revenue source would need to be found for this, and that would have to be something that would be determined in our budget process. But just to give some perspective, if we were to use tax revenue to pay for that, our current tax rate, every time we raise taxes 1 cent, we generate about $4.1 million. So $21.2 million is about a 5% tax increase. Or sorry, a 5-cent tax increase. I said percent, I apologize. So moving on, I wanted to talk about the bonus recommendation that we're presenting today, which is in this year's carryover, and which would add to the $300 bonus that is already currently included in the budget. Staff wanted to make a recommendation that was based on data that recognized the contribution of all employees, that applied an equity lens on how, and also applied an equity lens on how bonuses are distributed. The bonuses in this recommendation are tiered, as I said, to promote equity. Employees who earn more will receive less. And they cover all full-time and part-time employees. And as you can see from the chart, there is a cost for the general fund, and then a cost for the total cost is the amount across all funds. So the majority of our employees sit in our general fund, but not all employees sit in our general fund. And so that $6.5 million is when you distribute it across all the funds. We did consider some other scenarios, which I have provided in that third bullet. I do want to say that this was just used kind of because we had heard some discussion on council. It's not intended to be another recommendation. It's really just to give some perspective on what, considering a $5,000 bonus for half the workforce, what that cost would be, as opposed to the recommendation we're making today. So finally, I just wanted to talk about the amendment that is actually in your packet. So we do have to do an ordinance amendment to our operating budget. And in the general fund, you will see, if you look on the ordinance, that there is a $24.2 million amendment that we're doing. And so I kind of wanted to walk you through what that number is. So the first part of it is our carry forward, which that is really items that have already been budgeted for in the previous year, but then kind of roll into our new budget. And then we have the carryover items, which I've talked about, which is $3.5 million. Our employee bonus recommendation, which is 4.8, and then some other minor adjustments which have to do with some additional revenue sources that some of our departments are anticipating receiving in FY24. So the only two items in this list that will affect our unassigned fund balance calculation are our carryover and our employee bonuses. And with that, I will take any questions.
Colleagues? Questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Quiet. Thank you so much for the presentation. I could not wait to this moment. I really could not, because here's where we get to have a real conversation. Not in the media, not charlatans telling you who hates workers and who doesn't, not folk running for office, trying to use this as a platform. I said at the end of the meeting Monday night that you absolutely deserve bonuses. There's no one on this council that disagrees with that. And I want to narrow down who I'm talking to first today. If you really believe that there are people on this council that say, we hate sanitation workers, we don't think that they're worth it, that we think they should be mistreated, and there are people who are championing and saying, no, they are worth it. If you really believe that's how the conversation is going, I don't know what to say to you, if you really believe that. What's really going on, one person, what's really going on are there people, well, if you believe that, okay, I don't know what to say to that if you really believe that there are people that think that way about people in the city. I don't know what to say to that. Well, I can talk to the rest of you, however, about this job and all of the factors that you hired us to look at when we make these decisions, when you turn the city's checkbook over to us. All of the things that come into play, not only what we have in the bank right now, but what we have coming down the pike for our city. Kind of like the way you run your household. If something breaks down in your house, having to deal with it. So one of the questions I have is well, let me say this. Someone made a comment about the contractors to pick up the garbage. I grew up in a union household. I'm a pro-union person. My activism, I was trained in activism in the Alinsky tradition. I support unions, and I'm down with strikes. I have never, however, participated in the campaign where we started with the strike and then gave the demand. I've never seen that. Even the UAW has asked for 40% over 4 years, not right now. So when we started with the strike out the gate, it created a situation where we had to respond in emergency mode, as opposed to, here's what we want, let's engage in negotiation. If not, we're going to strike. So I've never seen that where you start with it. So when the strike started and garbage was on the street, the government has no choice but to, because it is now an emergency situation, to do whatever it has to do to make sure disease is not spread through the city, to make sure that the garbage gets picked up. Whereas if had we been negotiating and leading up to something, and we didn't respond, and you say, okay, we walking out, that's what we've been accustomed to. So nobody was trying to disrespect you or replace you. The city manager has a legal obligation to respond to emergency situations in our city. And we could not, under any circumstances, allow the garbage to sit on the streets. We couldn't, because all of our children would get sick. All of our people would be impacted by that. So when you went back to work, we're incredibly grateful. And I said that Monday night. But I want you to know that when it started with that, there was no place to escalate. And that's not the fault of the workers. I want to thank the workers that and the leaders in this movement that wasn't in the media, but y'all know who you are, who I've had conversations with about this, because quite honestly, I think some of the folk who have assumed leadership, I'm not talking about the workers, but some of the folk who have assumed leadership and have been strategists have done a disservice to this movement. And they know who they are, and we can have that conversation. I'm not talking about y'all who do the work. I'm talking about some of the folk who have assumed speaking for you and assumed leadership for you. That's one. Two, you've seen some of the numbers that our staff has presented. One of the things I guess I've had questions about is, when did the $5,000 become the number? And what was the math that got us to that? Why not 7,000? Why not 10,000? How did we determine that 5,000 was the number? That this is the number that the city could do without breaking itself, or lower wouldn't be enough, or more than 5,000 would be too much. And I know that we've clung to that number. And if we do 5,000 for under 75,000, there are people who drive fire trucks that make more than $75,000. And there are people who drive fire trucks in this city who make more than $75,000. They would not be included in this bonus. So the city manager has brought forth a plan that says everybody's essential. And if we want to talk about the numbers, tweaking it, we can. I'm open to that. But that everybody is essential and that everybody deserves something. And while we're on it, I want to say that the notion that this city manager and this staff, this ushering at White Rock Baptist Church, raised her kids in Durham, died in the wool Durham, if you're going to let 5 or 6 people who get behind a microphone make the case that this city manager doesn't care about black folk, that this city manager, all of a sudden, after all these years, she's been wearing a mask, and now all of a sudden, I'm not down with the folk. If y'all believe that and you're going to let 5 or 6 folk make that case, good luck with that. Y'all can talk about us as elected all you want. But this manager, and for all the talk about supporting black women, I'm surprised at the number of black women that have been attacked, who have reached the top of their profession, who have given blood, sweat, and tears to this city. So if y'all want to listen to those folk, in spite of the record that go back 30 and 40 years in this city, this manager has done an excellent job. And let me say something. I've seen a couple of managers. We should be happy that this manager is in the seat, because one of the things that we were focused on when COVID hit, while other cities and companies were laying people off, we were focused on how do we keep jobs? How do we not have to do away with jobs? Bonuses, how do we make sure they keep their paychecks during that period? And this manager and this team was focused on it. Now, we just got information from the state. Somebody sent us an email, and they sent us the language. You know what the language said? It was the statute that talked about what you're supposed to do when you engage in collective bargaining. It talked about what happens to employees who engage in a strike. I invite you to go Google that. So they're watching what we're doing here. They're watching Durham. So I don't care what you say about me as an elected or us, but what we will not stand for is for 5 or 6 folk who got time on their hand to create this ridiculous narrative that this city manager doesn't care about black folk. That's ridiculous. And I'm saying that politely. And if you want the real version, we can talk after the meeting, and I'll tell you exactly what it is. That's nonsense. She has worked hard, and this team has worked hard. The numbers you've seen today is what it looks like to run a city. And you have trusted us to run the city. Now, this is a hard job, but there are 2 very easy things about this job that's required, and I'm done. One of the things that's required is we have to listen to you. And the other thing that's required that's real easy is we have to tell you the truth. And sometimes the truth in this job is uncomfortable. You didn't hire us just to do exactly what we say when we do it at the moment we do it. Because if that were the case, you wouldn't need us. We could just run the city by referendum. You hired us to read the stuff that nobody else wants to read, to make the calculations that nobody else wants to calculate, to do the work that nobody else wants to do. That's what we were hired to do. So everybody on this council wants to give raises. And as a matter of fact, before the strike happened, the manager said we were already going to do the raises. It was already part of the plan. It was already part of the plan. So for the narrative that says that the strike is what made us look at the raises, that is absolutely not true. It is not true. And for those of you that have watched our meetings and watched the budget process, you already know that. So from us as the people you hired, to people, we have families that work in these jobs, we have folk we go to church with, folk that we love, folk that are friends, folk that we hang out with. From us to you, let's talk. You see the numbers. Let's talk about the numbers. If we need to look at tweaking, maybe more at the lower level, but I do not agree with only half of our workforce getting bonuses. Because for every truck that was out there during COVID, there's a mechanic that had to fix it. There's somebody that had to make sure our CAD CAM computer systems were working so 911 could get the calls and get out there. There are a whole lot of people that work behind the scenes that are essential. Maybe you don't think we're essential, but every other employee in this organization is. And I'm fine with you not thinking we're essential. The people who you hand the checkbook to, that's fine. But I think that everyone deserves a bonus that works in the city. I think that everybody deserves a significant raise. And I talk to people, my colleagues in other cities all the time. There's one city that was mentioned that gave a big raise to their officers. And I had a conversation last week with their council people. They used their fund balance, and right now they are talking about how they're going to sustain it next year, how they're going to pay for it. I am not just interested in getting applause right now. I'm not interested in stroking a check right now and saying I'm a hero of the folk, knowing full well that if we're not in a position next year to sustain it, what have we done? I'm not going to make fun of people like that, and I'm not going to insult your intelligence. You absolutely deserve the money. It's your money. It's our money. But we're doing math as a city, not just for right now, friends. We're doing math for a city that we want to be here next year and beyond that. So I thank the staff for their recommendations. You're going to get a raise. If it's $5,000 for $75,000 and under, or $5,000 for half, I like the plan that the manager has worked because it covers everybody. And if we want to tweak those numbers, I'm open to conversation from my colleagues as to what that looks like. But I don't think that just half of our workforce should get a bonus. I think the whole workforce should get a bonus and a real big fat raise when we do the comp plan. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Comments from council? Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you. I just had a few questions for, I guess, I'm not sure if it's on which side, who's making the decision, but I did want to get some numbers around what it would look like to have all the workers at $75,000 or less getting that $5,000 bonus. And I don't know if you have that already, or?
I do not have that calculated.
And then also would like to know what it would look like to have the 2019, like all of the reinstatement numbers in front of us as well. I think what we're missing is so from the 2019 pay plan and all of the numbers we were looking at prior to with the budget, I just want to make sure that we're looking at those numbers as along with the current bonus conversation, because I do believe that this started from that, and it's not like just in a vacuum it occurred, but I want to make sure we have all those numbers in front of us. And then I was just trying to figure out the numbers, and I might be off, but there was 240, I wrote it down, I think. But just noting that there was, from the carryover and the bonus and the other, the numbers didn't seem like I'm missing something.
Are you talking about the 24 million?
Yes. The adjusted balance.
That last slide that I showed, that would be the amendment that is done to the general fund. We will be increasing.
So the adjusted balance would be going from 262,310 to 292,403? Or is that the additional amount to the current budgets? Like, are you adding that? I'm missing.
Yes, are you looking at the adjusted budget in the chart and trying to match it to the ordinance budget?
On page, on.
I think I know what you're talking about, the projected budget for 2024 to 2025 in the general fund.
Yes.
So there is an amount there. It's estimated to be about $30 additional million between those 2 years. Our budget always grows because it always grows. Expenses always go up. Our revenue goes up. The difference between those 2 years is specifically an estimate for implementation of the results of the market study. So we would not put our normal growth there. Otherwise, we would not be able to implement the market study. So we are projecting that between this year's budget that has already been adopted and the budget that we would be adopting in 2025, we want to make sure we have significant projections for the council's consideration. We already know what prior year market adjustments have added to our ongoing budget. The last market adjustment that we had for our public safety employees added $9 million additional to our personnel expenses when that market study was implemented. And it was brought as a recommendation. It put us at the top of all of our peer cities, and it was approved and implemented. We always know that the market is constantly shifting. It doesn't stay the same. So this time, we're expecting that number for all employees and for positions to adjust at some level. We don't have the results yet. We hope to have that come in January, but we know it is going to be an increase, and it's going to make the city's budget increase. So what you see in this presentation today, including our other estimates for normal increases in our budget, about $30 million.
So in that, I hear what you're saying, in the adjusted balance, is that a conservative number, or is that in, like, you're basing it off of year to year?
Well, thank you for that question, because it is a number that we don't know yet, but we do have about, I think it's about 10%, is that
Yeah, for the
of current salaries.
it would include the pay for performance and then an additional 10%.
And of that 10%, so what I'm trying to get to, so what I'm hearing you say is that our budget will be about $1 million, or, I mean, $1 billion with this additional $300 million. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. The general fund budget right now is $262,000. The city's overall budget is across a lot of funds, but we're talking about
Just
the general fund, just the general fund. So what you see there is the increase between years.
So what I'm getting at is, when the general fund balance is that high and the city's budget, where would essentially where would the reserve sit in that?
So you want to speak?
So that is, so the ending fund, the ending unassigned fund balance is what we anticipate, that's $74 million.
The 74.
So the fund balance will grow.
That's what you were getting at.
But also our budget grows, and so in order to maintain that percentage, because you're taking the unassigned fund balance as a percentage of the budget, if your budget grows a significant amount, you have to have more amount of fund balance to maintain,
And so
or whatever level you're deciding.
The current amount, I get you. The current amount is at 40-something, and you're saying we're going to need to be at 60 and then at 70.
Yes.
Okay. And then in order to get there from here, what we're saying is that we have to hold salaries where they are.
No, I'm not saying anything about salaries. I think what we're saying is that we wouldn't, this pay implementation study wouldn't happen until next year.
I don't want to say it that way. It would just be the 10% is what I'm getting at. So the 10% that you're estimating in salaries or personnel, whatever your increased amount is, you're saying that 10% is what you use to come up with that number.
It is a projection of where we think our budget will be next year.
Okay. And so I'm following you on that you need the fund balance to grow in order to have the reserves, but I'm trying to understand where, was there ever a plan to actually to pay staff from the 2019 pay plan? Was there a plan in place for that? And where did that go?
So I'm going to try to respond to that. So the 2019, the pay study that was done in 2019, it reset salaries for everybody that was included in that pay study. Just as in 2021, the market study that was done, it reset salaries.
Okay.
So
when it reset, the plan that we have for 2021, it included the salary adjustments for police and fire, but it didn't include the adjustments for others. And now those adjustments are where?
Thank you for that question. So historically, the city has not done market adjustments for all employees at one time. It has been staggered. So that is why, as you referenced the 2019 study, it was for general employees. The 2021 study was for public safety employees. Every time there's a study done, we seek to adjust whoever is in the study, we seek to adjust those wages to a new market, to a new baseline. It was recommended this year because the economy is changing and the market is changing that we do a full study of all employees, positions that employees work in the city at one time. And that is the 2023 study. So that is where we stand today.
Okay. And I think I'm okay with the 2023 study. What I'm trying to reconcile is where did the dollars go in the plan when you reset?
So I think how I would respond to that, there are no dollars in any plans. The plans, we have multi-year plans, we have master plans, we have strategic plans, but the budget that is adopted every single year, that becomes the plan. Okay. So there's no money set aside into the future for a plan. It's adopted each year.
So for 2023, the pay plan we receive would move forward. Everyone is reset, and you start from beginning again. And then
that is correct.
The following year, when we go into the budget cycle, what happens to the salaries then?
So the following year, after the reset, we would anticipate that our plans would be, starting up again until we have another market study to reset everyone.
So in 2020, when we didn't do the reset, we were in the plan, and those dollars were there. Where did they go? Or where were they allocated to? I hear what you're trying to say, what there wasn't dollars. There weren't actual dollars, but there was an allocation made for 2019 into 2020.
So the allocation, when the budget is adopted with the personnel costs that the council adopts for that budget. So that is the same that would occur for any type of expenses that we have. So we have estimated revenue, we have estimated expenses, we call them appropriations, and when the year is over, if those revenues exceed those appropriations, it goes to fund balance. That is what we're talking about here. So what the Budget Management Services Director has shown you is that if you just stop at 2022 and go backward, 18 to 2022, that is the actual. That is what happened.
Okay. And so with those dollars in fund balance, I think that's part of the conversation that we've been hearing. Folks have been trying to allocate it out of there. And I want to make sure that folks understand that what you're saying is, or what I'm hearing you say is, because the budget has been passed, that allocation wasn't made, and we're now looking at the over allocation or the carryover funds to do this bonus.
I would agree that is correct, but it is we always do a carryover for one-time costs. Last year we did it, and the majority of what we had in the requests for carryover were all operational one-time costs. And that was somewhere in the near some $8 million. So every year, after we complete our audit and we have a clear picture of what unallocated funds are, then we ask our departments to submit requests to us for one-time needs, whether it be vehicles, or deferred maintenance items, park equipment, and we did that this year. And this item that is in front of you includes about $3.5 million of approved operational carry forwards. But we also, in this item, include a request to do bonuses, and that amount is, between the two of them, it's about $8 million, a little over $8 million, as you see in this item.
Okay, I got you. And so just shifting a little bit, and just reviewing the budget itself, the allocations that are already in place, how do you change those?
The adopted budget that was adopted on June the 20th of 2023, it is the ordinance that we work into the budget is adopted again. What you have before you is a proposed amendment to that budget. That amendment includes some things that we have to do, our carry forward items, things that were encumbered at the end of the year, and we have to put them in the new budget because we already have contracts for them. But in addition to that, this year, we have this request, and this amends the budget.
But it
doesn't make additional revenue. It amends the budget by using funding that is already in the savings account.
So if there were a program that we deemed could be put on hold, would that be done with a budget amendment? Or would that be done by, how would you change that in the budget?
So any budget amendment that would be required, certainly every quarter, we start, as soon as the budget is adopted, we start spending and providing services. So we started that in July, and then we come and let you know where we are at the end of that quarter. So we don't do budget amendments, very many of them during the year. We may do 2 to 3 of them, but the budget is adopted, the ordinance is in place, and until it is amended, that is what we use.
I will yield for now, but yeah.
Councilwoman Hoserheim?
Oh, yes. So I thank my Mayor Pro Tem for his comments. So I just need some clarity on when did the city manager know that there were some issues with not only the sanitation workers, but some of all of your city employees' pay? Because what I'm hearing is that the reason why they did a strike, and again, that's why I'm asking, is because they weren't being heard before. But what was alluded today was that they striked and then they wanted to come and discuss a pay raise. So I just need some clarity because there's something not clicking together. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out, when did you begin to hear that there were issues? Because what I'm hearing, and again, that's why I'm asking, is that they haven't been heard. And the last resort was, because we're not being heard, we're going to move to this. But that's not what Mayor Pro Tem is alluding to. So that's why I want to make sure that I understand what happened.
So I don't know if I will be able to make you understand what happened, but what I will be able to say is that we are always hearing from employees, from the community. We're always hearing from folks about what they prioritize that the city should be putting their funding into. We're always hearing that. So I'm not really certain, but I haven't heard, I did not hear about this particular demand until everyone here heard about it the budget was already adopted at that time.
So I just got one more, right? And so, I also want to speak to the fact that this kind of separation on people who do feel you need to get a raise and people who don't feel you need to get a raise, and that we all care about you getting a raise. Well, it's just really baffling to me because, again, I was appointed in May, and I know that y'all have been talking about this for years, and I also know that there have been people on this council who've been here for years, and so for us to get to this point that people have to strike, somebody wasn't listening to somebody before. And also, I know, and I'm going to say it again for a fact, that I brought up the firefighters issue with a raise in pre-budget, and everybody thought I was crazy, and they just kind of dismissed me. So I'm really concerned about the narrative of some of my councilmen, well, not some, but Mayor Pro Tem is saying, like, there's people who are for it and people who are not for it. I think we all agree that you need to be paid. The issue that I'm having now is, like, all of a sudden, now there's some people saying you need to be paid. When before, when the mayor asked for the motion, and Freeman put the motion on, seconded, it did not pass. So I'm really confused with the narrative. Bottom line is, let's stop playing who's for it, who's not for it. Everybody has seen who is for it. Let's get them the money that they need. I would like to see the bonus, but I would also like to see their step pay. Now, again, I'm not a financial whiz, so I don't know how that would look, but that's what I would like to see. And let's see if we can run the numbers, because they've been asking, it's really hard to, especially what I've just been through, to sit here and say, oh, yes, we care about you. Oh, yes, we support you. But then you're not moving in the direction, and you could have moved in the direction a long time ago. So I'm very confused, and to me, it is an issue of, because again, three of us, and I already got an issue with somebody on this council who said, stop saying that, stop saying that. Well, I don't really say much, but I'm gonna say it. 3 people did vote for it before, and it did not happen. So there is a narrative of 3-4, and we're gonna keep saying it. But all of a sudden, everybody, oh yes, we want, because of things going on now in the cycle of people voting. And that's just what I feel, my opinion. Thank you.
If I could. So I'm just trying to put things in perspective in my own mind. If I remember correctly, as we were going through the budget cycle, and I thank you for some understanding now on this city manager page. Okay, so in 2019, because I do think that we have to kind of revisit, for at least for me, to get a historical perspective. During those COVID years, 2019 and 2020, I believe. 2020 and 2021. In 2019, you had a pay study, and then that was just for general employees, right? So not everybody was included in that pay study.
But all the salaries were adjusted.
But all salaries were adjusted at that time.
In general.
General, okay. In 2021, we had the police and fire pay study, and they were adjusted at that time.
Yes.
Okay. So so we're getting ready to do a full study. I guess my question is, once those salaries were adjusted, not everybody's salary as a result of that was adjusted. So you still had employees in both pay studies whose salaries were not adjusted. Is that correct?
So every time we do a pay study, a market study, in general, and I don't want to go way back into history, but I would say that in modern years, whenever there's a pay study, most employees receive some type of adjustment to their base pay if it is warranted. And I will say that in 2019, that is very likely the case, as well as in 2021. I cannot say with 100% certainty that every single position got an increase, but that is what a market study does. A market study looks at the positions and it determines whether or not the position is in the range of market for what the job does. And we always increase salaries across the board. So that is the response.
So when we were going through some numbers during that budget cycle, we talked about numbers. I remember it was like an $8 million number and a $9 million number that we were talking about for adjustments. If we had done it back then in 2019, 2020, we talked about those numbers, right? Okay, so fashion that into what you just told us about. If we had done those numbers, the 8.9 and the $9 million, is what I'm recalling over the top of my head. If that had been done during that time, I think we were making motions, when I was making motions, it was to do that, to have that correction done, since there was not a correction done. If I remember correctly, you gave me those two numbers. It was an 8.9 and it was close to a $9 million number. That's the number that I'm trying to figure out what happened or what didn't happen for us to even talk about that step. Because the fire department and the police department, when they've come to us, they said, we want our step. That was the first thing that they asked us, can we get the step? So we tried to ask to have that number quantified. What did that mean in terms of actual numbers? So my question, I guess, to you is, how can we go back to that original request for those folks during those years to make that whole? That would be my question number one. Question number two is, we know we have to have, I've heard you say we have to have reoccurring funds for when you're making these kind of adjustments. It just can't, you just can't throw in this number. You got to have a way to replace it. Okay, so at the same time, when we passed this year's budget, some of us voted to approve an $8 million expansion, I want to say somewhere around there, to the HEART program. So how do you, what was that number that we used to expand the HEART program? What was that amount? Because that's going to be recurring monies, correct? How much was it?
It was nowhere near 8 million.
How much was it that we used to expand? I can't remember.
I don't like to just give numbers off the top of my head, but
somewhere in the millions.
It was about $1 million or something like that. But we can try and get that number for you.
So if you look at, so I guess my point is not to just pick out one, but if you look at those programs within that budget that were going to be expanded, which that means that's going to be a reoccurring money, could that not be used, since we're going to have to amend the budget, to deal with what didn't happen in 2019 and 2020?
So I'm just going to try to respond the best I can to the questions that you have. In the 2020 and 2021 were COVID years. There were people who were working for us then that don't work for us now. As a matter of fact, we have probably about 800 employees that weren't even working here after COVID had been in existence for almost a year and a half. So what you received in those numbers during the budget hearings, which were back in May, was just calculating the pay plan amounts, either 4% or 5%, and providing you with a dollar figure for if those standard, generalized percentages would have been provided during the time that they weren't provided and other compensation was provided that would have been the amount. It wasn't really directly tied to people, individual people. But it would have been the amount. So that is where the numbers came from during the budget process that you were referencing.
Okay, so in order, we now know today who was, and just in general, you know who was working during those COVID years. We know who was working, that's still working for the city. So my question still goes back to, if those persons were given their step, the ones who still remain, is it possible to do that correction? And at the same time, since we'll have to pull those monies for recurring, that we take a look at things that we were either going to expand or new projects that we were investing and use that. So a substitution, make the correction to those folks who are still here that was not done then, and reallocate from our budget those places where we were going to expand. For instance, we were going to expand Hart. I'm pretty sure there was some other places that we were going to expand. But is that a possibility to try to make that correction? And then we also need to talk about, because I am with, I'm not going from where I was, and that is, I think they deserve their step if that was what was to happen and did not happen. And then we need to also talk about a bonus as we are trying to get ready to do this pay study. So just trying to figure out how we do both.
So a step, this is a step that wasn't adopted in a year where you had a budget ordinance, that there's no offsetting revenue to go back and get for that, because it's not really, it wasn't adopted in the budget. So the only thing you can do is calculate the amount and find future money in order to implement that. Whenever the budget is adopted, if you thought that there was going to be 5% increase in it, but we only have 2% or 3%, then that is all the money that you have. You don't have additional funding to do that. So what you are asking is, can an adopted budget have reallocations in it, taking from something and adding to something else? Technically, yes, that can happen within a budget if the funding has not already been committed or spent. But when you have a budget ordinance, that is what provides the direction to the departments to go ahead and enter into contracts, hire employees. It is the budget that makes the city go, and that budget started on July 1st.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate your questions about, I remember that conversation about the 8 or 9 million. And what it hinged on, and I remember because I think I was the one who raised the question, was how much were we going to raise taxes in order to do it? And at that point, at that time, the county had already implemented, I think, either 3 or 2 cent tax rate. And the point was, we would be looking at an unprecedented 5 to 7 cent tax rate at one time on our residents and citizens. And what I said was, I wasn't really interested in giving you money this year with my left hand and then taking a bunch of it in taxes with this huge tax increase with my right hand the other year. I wanted to find a way to give the money, as we increased our budget with no tax increase, to get you more money in your hands without also raising taxes. And that might require an incremental approach as opposed to a one-time dump. The other thing I want to say, and I appreciate Councilmember Hyman, your questions to the council. And what I love about these meetings is that they're archived. You can go watch our old meetings. And the narrative that all of a sudden we're just interested in giving raises or that people looked at you crazy when you brought that issue up just isn't true. And you can look at the meetings. When every person on this council, and show me the tape where we looked at you crazy. What happened was the administration said that we were going to have a comp study, and everyone on this council was cool with it at that point. We heard about that. And here's what's interesting. We didn't get into this we didn't have this hot and heavy conversation. We start the budget in January. This wasn't going on in January when we were begging people to come to public hearings, when we could have dealt with this, when we were talking about the expansion of Hart and others. We weren't having these, go back and look at the tapes. We weren't having these kind of conversations. There was no advocacy to this degree before we passed the ordinance. We got within weeks of passing the budget. What is different, and UE 150 sends us, I've been on the council for almost however many years. I have always voted for payment for salary increases for our employees. So I'm not new to this. I didn't just get to, let's give them raises. Now, I've been doing this for years. UE 150 gives us demands every year. There's no year that we don't hear from them. What was different this year is we actually had members, elected officials, who telegraphed, quite honestly, that we can shame the others into doing certain things. We have never had public officials sit up here and say, they're the problem, look at them, look at us. That has never happened on this council. That is what they forgot where they came from. We've never talked to each other like that on this council. And we've gone at it, some of us on this council, but we've never said things like you forgot where you came from or you don't care about the people. We have never had that level of dialogue on this council. That's what happened that's what was different. And because that was different, people that we've heard from every year showed up a couple of weeks before passing the budget as opposed to January when we started it. And that's where it got this hot and heavy. Now, I'm all for going back and looking at, if we want to move money around, that's a prerogative of the council. What I will not co-sign on is this mythology, this narrative that, we just brush people to a side. And again, go back and look at our meetings from when we first started talking about the budget and show me where all of this was going on then, where all of this advocacy was going on. Show it to me. The meetings are archived. And so that's what's different. So, and I appreciate the advocacy of the three, the four, whatever you want to call it. But the reality is that all of us are doing our best to try and make sure we do right by our people. And the notion that 3 care and 4 don't care has not been helpful. And moreover, it's just not true. It's just not true. And some of us have a record to show that. So I think that, to the mayor's point, the 8 or 9 million, if we want to, revisit and address the tax issue, I'm here for it. But moving forward, and I think part of the problem with the STEP plan is that, I think part of the problem with the STEP plan is that the plan is not a promise. We have talked about the STEP plan as if it was contractual. The plan is a plan. We plan to do that each year as a city. And in the years we couldn't do it, we can actually address it by giving a big fat raise after this comp plan. We can actually capture whatever amount we were going to do in the STEP plan. We could capture that in this next budget if we want to, or when we get the comp plan, we can give a big fat raise if we want to going forward. But the plan was not a contract. So I just want to say that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Caballero, followed by Councilwoman Jose Hammond. I'm going to try to see if we can keep our comments, especially if we already talked, to allow others to be able to speak. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a couple of questions for you, Christina. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was really helpful. The last slide where it does give that bullet of the other scenarios, do we have a number of what, like for the salary, what the salary would be? Because it says half. because I'm just, people are putting out there, you know, people under 75. I would love to see what the actual salary is, because my suspicion is might actually be less than $75,000 for half our salary. So that's just one question. And then,
Yeah, and I don't think we did the calculation like that. We just did, you know.
yeah,
halved the number
if
of
it's
people,
possible
but-
to see that calculation, that would be really helpful. A couple other questions that I had. So I'm just going to shoot out my understanding, and folks can say it. We're clearly not on consensus. We have the authority to suspend the rules because we have actual ordinance language in front of us. I'm going to put you on the spot here in just a second. We have the authority to suspend the rules today. We can make a motion, we could pass this today, and everybody knows what they're going to get. How quickly would that money show up in workers' paychecks if we suspended the votes, if we could get there? I don't think we can get there, I'm just curious. How quickly would it show up in people's paychecks?
Yeah, and I may have to rely on some help from the city manager, because that is not a question that the budget department, we would obviously appropriate the money, but how quickly it could get into an employee's paycheck.
So we do have, as I mentioned, we have about 2,600 employees that get paid every 2 weeks, and we do a payroll every 2 weeks. So in the case of a one-time bonus, it is just an add to base pay, and it's one time. And we have our Human Resources Department is working on whatever the amount comes up to be, the ability to add it to the next payroll that we can feasibly add it to. So we have, you know, we don't want to commit to exactly which one, because we don't know exactly when it's going to be approved or for what amount and for what group of employees. But I can say that it is not an individual personnel action for everyone, because it is a flat amount, but it does have to be, it has to be added to over 2,000 employees or whatever the number of employees is. But it could be at a very, you know.
Would it be fair to say, if we just followed the recommendations that are presented, the tiered bonuses today, we suspended the rules right now, would it be fair to say that the likelihood of that bonus showing up in either the October 5th or 6th, depending on your bank, or the 19th or 20th is likely?
I think it's likely. I think that would be likely, yes.
Okay, so to me, there's two questions in front of us as a council. We can, which I hear that y'all are unhappy, heard. It's been real clear that y'all are unhappy. I went to see y'all the first day that you walked out. I'm not going to use the other word, because technically we're not allowed to. And, you know, I asked a few of you when I spoke with you, I was like, you know, we have a very open, transparent budget process. We actually feed folks who come to our budget process. You come and you hang out, you get breakfast and you get lunch. And there's at least 2, sometimes more in person. This was our first year return in person post-COVID. And I don't remember who the gentleman was, and even if I did, I wouldn't state his name. He said, well, we weren't ready, which made complete sense to me, that y'all all weren't on the same page. Heard. It seems like y'all are getting to the point where you are ready. The problem is that our process and y'all's demands aren't necessarily lined up. And that's not because, and every single person on this dais, for years, quite frankly, we have been a leader in North Carolina around employee pay. I understand that we are behind. I know y'all are looking at other cities. All of that is deeply understood, and we've got to do better. Again, I think every single person on this dais, the manager, everyone, wants to do better. But we are in the middle of a thing where we can't raise pay. What we can do right now is give you a bonus. We can table this conversation, and we can, you know, argue some more about money, get some more information, or we can suspend the rules and give you all a bonus that's going to show up in October. Those are, to me, those are the kind of two straightforward decisions that are in front of this council. And so if there's a consensus to move forward today and suspend the rules, I will definitely vote for it. If there's also folks who are like, no, let's see if we can figure out this money better, that's great. But y'all are going to be waiting for your money for longer. That's the real outcome here. Thank you.
I think that we have Councilwoman Hosea Harmon, but I will say that we also have Ms. Karen Alexander, who would like to speak to us on this issue. Does anybody have any objection to that? Come on, Ms. Alexander, let you go next.
Good afternoon, everyone. As a finance person, I have waited for this part of seeing the presentation. I didn't say yes, I didn't say no, because I needed to know where the money was coming from. As a tax-paying citizens, too, who own homes, your only revenue is from homeowners, us. So what you're doing is you're pitting homeowners who can barely keep up against our salaried employees. That is unfair. Very unfair to homeowners. Now, the problem I'm having is, and no one seems to have answered my question is, have you received a raise since 2019? No? Yes, you have. Okay, then as city and state employees, which I have been one of, you have to accept what we get because you're based upon taxpayers. And I also thought about, well, I don't remember none of y'all coming to the meetings before the budget, because just somebody doesn't come don't mean that our bean counters, me, is not paying attention to who's coming, who's doing what, when, and why. I'm listening. I'm paying attention. Okay, but as a taxpayer, how many of you own homes? Every time, so you're raising and you're fighting for a raise from your own money, because when they give you the raise, they're going to raise the taxes on the homeowners. They haven't. And that's been one of the problems. They have not raised the money. But I'm also concerned about the city council. My understanding is you gave yourself raises. And so if you gave yourself raises, you didn't look out for the little people either. And that's the problem too. So nobody is right in this situation. Nobody. But who's going to foot the bill? We taxpayers. Why? Because they entitled to a salary that's livable. I agree with them. They're entitled to. As a state employee, I never lived with a living salary. They paid us, they get to the budget, and they say you get 2%, oh, we're not getting you anything. That's what happens with city and state employees. You accept it, you go, and you keep moving on. But if you gave yourself a raise, then you were wrong. You were wrong. And I don't remember that in the budget of where was there budget money to give yourself raises. So therefore, I'm not happy with none of this. And I sat here and I waited because I wanted to see the numbers. And I'm still not satisfied with the numbers that were shown to me. I want to know where the revenue money is coming from the taxpayers. I want to know how it's spent, when it was spent, and those are the things I'm not seeing on the webpage or anywhere else.
Thank you, Ms.
Where do I go to get that information?
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. I think Councilwoman Holzer-Hyman was first. And then, oh, okay. I did want to say that as far as the motion to suspend the rules, I would be willing to be supportive of that, but I still want to make sure I'm not in agreement with the numbers that have been proposed. I am still in agreement with the $5,000 as a bonus, and even if we have to phase it, give them $3,000 now with the promise to come back for the other two, because I know people would not mind as long as they got it, if you got it in two parts. So we could get it in two parts, and also the consideration of that step. I don't think that it keeps compounding if you don't deal with that issue that brought us here in the beginning, and we're gonna have to deal with that or it's never gonna go away. And I don't think that it's fair to ask them to wait for another pay study. So I will be willing to go along with that so long as the $5,000 still stands. We try to do it in parts. I'm also in agreement with those who have, who as a part of that consideration, that we do give it to our to persons who are making $75,000 and less, and hold on until we get further numbers for those others. That is not an unusual circumstance working in government. They did it a lot when I was on the bench. People got bonuses. If you made some money, you didn't get a bonus. Sometimes you need to be all right with that, especially if you're making six figures. So that's a part of that. So I think that there is a way we can fashion it to make sure that we walk out of here today with some relief that these people can get in October. But I do think we can find a way to get at least what they've asked on that $5,000 bonus. So that's where I'm going.
I can go now. So one of the questions before I make my other statement is, I want to know, where is the money that we save for not paying some of the, like, we have a lot of openings. So where is that money? Where is that money?
So salaries are budgeted, they're part of the ordinance. If we get to June 30th and we have salaries that did not go to employees, it goes to fund balance. That is what we're talking about today. It goes to fund balance. When it goes to fund balance, it goes to savings. That is what we are here to ask be applied to new obligations, new expenses. That's where it goes.
So the other thing is, and I'm going to say this, I've been really quiet, and not to take away what we're talking about, but I can't stay quiet anymore. You know, Mayor Pro Tem, I've had a lot of respect for you. And I have sat here over the last 7 months, and I've just watched the way that you'll say something good, then you gotta come back for me. And I've been quiet. But what I'm gonna ask you to do is to continue to stop saying that something that I say is not true. Because clearly, over the 7 months, somebody higher than you, an FBI and an SBI, have said that I have integrity. And I'm going to continue to, and I cannot say all that I want to say, because everybody on this council is going to have to answer to a higher being very, very soon. Not just there, but somebody else. So please, I'm going to ask you to continue. You know, you can have your commentary. I've tried to have the respect for you. I've tried to not go where I'm going, but I've had too much clammed up. But I'm going to ask you to stop saying every time I say something that it's a lie. Because for months, I had to deal with the lies that you all were saying. Okay? So I'm going to ask you to stop saying that. You give me a, oh, I thank you, Dr. Hyman, and you're doing everything, and then you come back with a dig, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. So I'm going to ask you with all decency to stop doing that, because you think that it's a lie, but it's not a lie. And clearly that's people who have said that I'm not a liar and I have integrity. And I'm going to ask you to stop it. I've been holding it. I've been trying to be, you know, everybody says, Dr. Hyman, you've been holding, but I'm tired of it. So I'm going to ask you to stop that. Okay? The other thing is, I am in agreement with the mayor. I would like to see the $5,000. I would like to see your steps. And like she said, even if it's in two intricals, let's get it done. Let's stop the back and forth, and let's make it happen. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I might, since I was directly called out. I was directly called out.
Sorry.
I was directly
Mayor
called
Pro
out.
Tem,
I was directly called
Yeah,
out.
I would really like a chance.
Councilmember Hyman, no, I was directly called out.
Wait a minute.
I was directly called
I am
out.
presiding.
I was directly called out, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, you
I would
can
like a
do that
response to
later.
respond.
No, you will not at this time. Councilwoman Johnson has been holding her hand patiently. She has the floor, followed by Councilman Williams. We're not going to have a go back and forth.
I'm not going to be called a liar at the dais.
Thank
You just chill right there for a second.
Thank you.
Let her have the floor, followed by Councilman Williams, and we're going to do it in that order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I feel like some of these conversations we could have offline. I want to respect y'all's time. I want to respect our time. First, I just want to appreciate y'all's advocacy. I've been, working with unions for a long time, and it's just been really great to see so many new people get involved in a labor struggle here in Durham. There are a lot of labor struggles here in our community. We have a Workers' Rights Commission now. We have, lots of folks who have been organizing around these issues for a long time, and I hope that everybody who has gotten involved will stay involved and will continue to advance the cause of the labor movement here in Durham. Of course, we're, in a state where
workers, especially public workers, aren't given the true, rights that y'all deserve in terms of being able to collectively bargain and negotiate. But we can still, unions here can still do a lot. And I think that it is great for people to see that unions here can still do a lot. And I hope that this struggle advances the cause of labor in Durham overall, because it's an important struggle and it's important for everybody to be engaged and understand the labor movement. With regard to this particular issue, I'm going to try to focus on where we are right now and what we can do right now. And I'm happy to continue to meet with y'all offline. When I'm invited to meet with y'all, I show up. I'm happy to continue to have conversations. But right now, I feel like we need to move towards making some decisions. And I want to just stay focused on some clear lines of decision making that we need to make. And I hope that I've been clear about my position on these spending issues, but just in case, I want to reiterate a couple of things. So when I go out to spend money, right, there's two important things I need to know. I need to know how much something is going to cost, and I need to know how much money I have. And that's really all that we're trying to do here. We're trying to figure out how much stuff is going to cost and how much money we have. We still don't know how much fair pay is going to cost. That's what a pay study is for, to actually see what y'all should be paid so that we can match that. We do know now how much money we have with regard to bonuses, and that amount, the amount that we can spend on bonuses without jeopardizing the city's ability to take on debt at the lowest rate that we possibly can, which pays for all, things like our big affordable housing spending plan, right, that we're trying to do now. That requires us to take out debt, and we're trying to take out debt as the lowest possible rate. We know we need another housing bond. We need an infrastructure bond. We need to keep that AAA bond rating if we can. And the amount that we can spend on bonuses, given that, is $6.5 million. All right, that's what's in the budget for bonuses for staff. And I want to also just take a minute to thank our city staff, our budget staff, our finance staff, and our city manager for working really hard to get us these numbers ahead of their original schedule, because of the urgency in the community of getting this issue settled, and because y'all have been, I think, very clear about needing to get money into your pocket as soon as possible. So we've got $6.5 million, okay? I'm not willing to spend more than that because I don't think it's financially responsible to put the city's entire financial status at risk. I am willing to rearrange that $6.5 million in any way that we can agree makes sense in order to advance the equity goal more directly. So right now we have lowest paid workers getting $3,000, highest paid workers getting $2,000. I'm not gonna not give the highest paid workers anything. I don't think I think that sends the wrong signal, and I don't want to, build up morale in one part of the workforce by destroying it in another part, right? I want everybody to get something. I also think the equity that we have had in previous bonuses by having tiered bonuses, where the folks who make less money get more, and the folks who make the make the most money get less, makes sense. So with that $6.5 million, I am very willing to look at calculations that will result in folks like y'all at the bottom of the wage scale getting more money and the people at the top of the wage scale getting less money. What's tricky about that is that we then need our staff to calculate those alternative scenarios so that we know how much it's going to cost and that it's going to stay within that factor. Like if we want folks at the very bottom to get $5,000 each, we need to know, and say we cut the bonus at the top to 1,000, right, or even 500. We need staff to figure out at what cutoff that can be in order to allocate that $6.5 million. And it can't be 75,000 because that's 1,700 workers. And I just, 1,700 workers times a $5,000 bonus times, the amount of money that we have to add on top of the bonus to cover retirement, taxes, right? It's gonna be more like $10 million than 6. So if we want folks to get 5,000, it's gonna be a smaller chunk of workers. If we are okay with folks getting 3, then it can go to more people. So these are the things that we've got to figure out. And I'm happy to figure out whatever folks think is fair. What I'm not willing to do is go beyond what the staff says we have to spend, because that jeopardizes the financial future for the entire city. Not just our workers, but our entire community depends on being able to borrow money in order to put all of our projects on the ground. Our parks, our roads, our affordable housing plan all depends on that on being able to borrow that money, and I'm not going to be responsible for jeopardizing that. And I don't think it's a great headline, right, that any of us here in this room right now having this conversation is responsible for killing the bond rating that the city has worked so hard to get over the last several years. So again, what I'm willing to work with y'all on is how we distribute that $6.5 million. And if y'all want to come with a proposal that gets folks $5,000 at the bottom of the scale and keeps us within $6.5 million, I'm very happy to consider that. But as long as we give something to folks at the top too, not nothing, it doesn't have to be a lot, but something that recognizes that they also are committed to doing work for the city and that we recognize their work and efforts. Thanks.
Councilman Williams?
Actually, Councilmember Johnson just said what I was going to say. I think that we can, I know we can get to it, but what I won't do is, as I've said over and over and over, I won't be financially or fiscally irresponsible, but I will be committed to making sure that we get something there. And if the idea is to make sure people who make the lowest amount get more, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. You know, I started teaching in 2006. It was in 2008 when we started dealing with our compression issues. And I ended up leaving the classroom before we got it. It was like 6 years later. So I know how all of that works. I think what's a little frustrating about this is there's a lot of symbolic solidarity. There's you know, many of us have been doing this work for a long time. And and I wasn't going to say it earlier, and I still won't name them, but you know, one of the first questions I asked was, what the heck happened? How did we get here with the stand down before even having the conversations? You know, and what I was told was we couldn't even get enough people together to organize the request. Okay, but we saw the firefighters and we got motivated. So, okay, that's cool, that's fine. So now we're here. And the conversation that I want to be able to have is directly with our city employees, and the voices that I want to hear directly is our city employees, especially the ones who are city employees and residents, because I get to hear your real experience and why you're requesting what you're requesting. But you also have to be careful of who puts a crown on your head. People who never really cared about you before, now all of a sudden standing next to you. So I want to be able to have this conversation, but please don't be a vessel for somebody who don't really care. Now, that's the other thing. That's one thing. The other thing is, I had a few questions, and I think, Madam Manager, you or Ms. Reardon can help me out with this. I know that raise for council, this has come up a lot, and oftentimes we have these conversations without really fully talking about the information. So how much, first of all, when did council receive a raise, and how much did that cost?
I hate to rely on my memory, but
okay, so oftentimes,
but a raise for council is significantly less than a raise for.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of times I ask
questions,
questions,
which I can get you.
A lot of times I ask questions that I sort of know the answer to. The raise happened right before Mayor O'Neill and I got on council, and I believe it was about $10,000 per person, or something around that, and it's 7 council members.
Let me speak. So the compensation for city council members is required to be adopted by the governing board. That is a requirement. There was a discussion, I'm going to say at least three years ago, about tying that compensation to the city's livable wage.
Yep.
And that is what actually happened. So the dollar raises were raises that got the council members and mayor from the current amount that they had
To the living wage.
an amount that was tied to a livable wage. So that is what, and it's been about 3 years ago.
Thank you. So do we have, right. So are there any city employees that make less than council members?
Not full-time employees.
Correct. And council members make a living wage now because of that raise that happened 3 years ago?
Yes, it is tied to that, yes.
Okay. So what I'm trying to do is get us to the facts, all right? Have we received, the other thing, when it comes to a market study, are market studies comprehensive or are they where the market is at that time?
So what we're doing is a classification and compensation study that market for a particular position or positions is included in that study. So the goal is that all of the jobs that we have in city government get an analysis as to whether or not those jobs are aligned with the market for the work that is being done in that position. And so we compare that to similar organizations, similarly sized organizations that are, that do the same kinds of work that we do. And we also include some private sector positions for jobs that are, certainly transferable into the private sector. But ultimately, we have a recommendation on a market range for our jobs. We look at the current salaries that our employees are making, and we make a recommendation to get them as close to that market number as we can get with the funding that we have available.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to ask some questions just so we can have real factual information on the record. Last year, did our general employees get raises?
Yes, sir.
How much was that raise?
So last fiscal year, the raises were a range from 7% to 9%. 7% to 9%. And this fiscal year is 6% to 8%. Those are the raises.
All right, and can we?
Wait for a second. Let manager, if you would clarify who got the raises was when you say general employees. How does that term out?
So any non-public safety employee in our budget last year, there was a 3% adjustment to the pay scale, and everybody got that 3% included in their check. And then there was the 4% that is part of the plan, the general pay plan. So 3 plus 4 is 7, and that is the 7%. That was in the last budget year, the budget year that ended. The year that this budget year that we've just started, that amount is 2% plus 4% for general employees, which is 6%.
Gotcha. All right.
So
Thank you for that. And so if no one else is going to say it, guys, we really want to get through this conversation so we can make some things happen, okay? All right, so I'm going to personally ask for you to be a bit more respectful so we can get through the conversation, please. Okay? So what will, well, going back to that question real quick, and also fire and police, did they get an increase?
yes, in the public safety, in fire and police, their pay plan annual increase is 5%. So the 2% plus the 5%, in general, those employees receive 7%.
All right. And what are we doing in regards to, like, what type of bonuses are we doing right now for first responders to come on? Like, or any type, not necessarily bonus, but are we doing any type of incentives, recruitment incentives?
So I'm going to bring Deputy Manager Bo Ferguson up. He typically keeps that top of mind.
Good afternoon, Bo Ferguson, Deputy City Manager for Public Safety. In the police department, there is a recruitment bonus of $10,000 that can be paid if over time as recruits go through the process. The only other recruitment incentives we have right now are in the 911 Center for Master Communication Officers. That is, I believe, it maxes out at $3,000 for qualified Master Communication Officers.
Good. So while you're there, how much is a first-year police officer, how much does a first-year police officer no experience make when they first started in Durham?
At the police officer level or at the recruit level?
At the police officer level.
I'd like to pull that up and get that for you and answer it before I do it off the top of my head.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking, because so let me clarify. If it's the recruit level, is that someone that we bring laterally from elsewhere?
No, recruit is someone who is not yet a sworn police officer. That is someone who is recruited into the department.
Right, and we can recruit them for about $10,000.
The $10,000 is basically a signing bonus that gets paid in 2 installments when they get through certain benchmarks in the academy.
On top of the base pay?
On top of base pay, correct.
Okay. Madam Manager, what happens if we were to give every employee in the city $5,000 right now? What would be the financial condition of the city?
So the number that was in the slide presentation today that Christina made, that would be approximately $14.4 million or something of that sort. So you see half at $5,000 was 7.2. So that was, we just double that.
All right.
So.
And
It's about, yeah.
are we, when it comes to pay, where do we stand in regards of our neighboring triangle cities? Let me be a little more specific. Since we're talking sanitation workers or solid waste, where are we standing in regards to other neighboring cities?
So part of our market study would be to establish that. I did actually, see some information from the media that was just really a couple of cities, but we do not have a full market study. But in terms of the neighboring cities that were placed there, we were above in our driver and a little below in our collector position.
Sounds good. So for the record, so for the record, we're going to give bonuses. I think we have to figure out who gets what amount. We're going to give bonuses. We're going to have a pay study that's going to give us a raise. And the best thing we can do is know what we're talking about, because if we don't, we could really, really, really hurt ourselves as a city financially. And someone said the other day, they said, we don't need a pay study. Durham should be smarter than everyone else. And that is why I asked some of these questions, because I want to be able to break it down, just like we're using the terminology, fund balance. In other words, how much money we have in the bank. Is that right?
Essentially, it's our, yes, savings.
When we talk about, the plan, when we talk about the plan, we're talking about how much that position gets paid at that level. So sometimes we utilize terminology that's not what we use in the everyday life. So I'd like to ask some of these questions just so we can bring the conversation to just everyday use. And so what I got from this is folks are getting paid. We're going to pay more. We're going to do a one-time bonus, and then we're going to do a pay study that let us know where the market is right now, because things have gotten a lot more expensive. So when we do this pay study, we're going to get a lot more money. We're going to have to pay a lot more money, which also means, to the earlier point, taxes, we're going to be paying a lot more in taxes too. But that's where we are. And we can also cut spending to save it. But the more we take away from what we can carry over, the less cushion we have. And the less cushion we have, that means the more direct pay we're going to have to pay. So if you own a home, I'm sorry, because it's about to hurt. And that's what we're getting to. So I just wanted to just kind of help me, as well as others who may be listening, understand where we are. And do know we're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out.
I have a question for your manager. The money, the $6.5 million, that will come out of what pot of money?
So the number that is showing $6,583,693, that would be all of the bonuses for all of employees that work in all departments and all funds from the fund balance.
From the fund balance.
Fund
How
balance.
much money do we have over the fund balance where we need to keep it at the 16.7? What's that total amount? Just trying to clarify that in my own head.
So
Yeah.
the budget, the fund balance, the year that we're currently in is the fiscal year that started July 1st of 2023. It's going to end June 30th of 2024. We have an adopted budget that we adopted on June 20th for that. That with that budget and the projection for what you see in the ordinance today, that we would have a new budget, a new amount, and we would have used out of the general fund approximately I think Christine's got a calculator, $8.3 million of our unassigned fund balance that we had not already allocated previously.
Okay, so Councilwoman Johnson's suggestion is a good starting point for us to try to move forward with something today. Okay, so you said she would be willing to agree that we allocate this 6.5. It sounds like we still have, if I just heard you correctly, we'll have some in the fund balance left over that we could possibly use for bonuses. Trying to just get to the bonus part before we get to the step part.
So everything that we're talking about today is bonuses.
Right.
Everything we're talking about today is bonuses.
Right.
And what we have included in this proposal, we are projecting what would happen during this year that we're in, and that would allow us to stay at about 24.71% of an unallocated fund balance by the time we get to the end of the year. But it is all about bonuses. Bonuses are the only thing that we can actually pay out of one-time money.
So I'm still back at how we can get some relief today, along with getting the numbers that we'll need to get us the monies that would need to adjust it for the step, as well as making sure that the bonuses that we give are going to be adequate for us to leave today. So we have the city manager's recommendations. I'm still at, as I indicated, at the $5,000 that they have requested, because we don't know what those numbers would look like for a step, and that at least shows good faith on our parts to make sure that we move expeditiously on this study. And how do we get to making sure, and I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Johnson, in terms of trying to make sure that folk get something, which might be that $300. I can live with the $300 until we can get some more numbers for the higher wage earners. But I do think that for those that have come before us, that we need to make sure that we leave out of here with the with relief that says $5,000, even if it's split into 2 payments while we're giving money. So we do $2,500 now, $2,500. We'll let you all look at some numbers and see if we can come back and do another $2,500 with the higher wage earners being at the $300 bonus, if that makes sense.
So what I would really like to stress today is, and I have, I've been very, very clear. We bring recommendations, and we take the direction of council in terms of providing you information that you need in order to make good decisions. The recommendation that you have today, if you look at the numbers that are there, they are numbers that have been calculated based upon the people who currently here, their salaries, the funds that they work in, and that is why you see the numbers that you see here. Any change to this cannot be calculated or done today. It cannot be, there is nothing about any of the changes that anyone here is talking about that can be done today. None of it. So if there are changes, there will not be a decision that is made today because you don't have a way to make that. You don't have an ordinance to approve, and that is what this is. It's a budget amendment. So it can't be done. It cannot be done today. It's not, just can't be done today. But
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
All right, that's why earlier I was saying we can suspend the rules and vote on what's in front of us, or we will have to table the conversation and let staff adjust whatever numbers we may want to change or not change.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question about your plan? So when you say the 5,000, are you still on 5,000 for under 75 for folk earning under 75,000, or $5,000 for everybody? What is your vision on the 5,000, if I may ask?
I want to break the city, so I know 5,000 to everybody is not really feasible, right? So I'm thinking $5,000 for those as requested by our workers, for those under 75,000, right? Not just for today. And then we come back and ask for more numbers.
And then 300 for everybody else above 75,000?
And we come back with more numbers. Because we know we have 6.5 that we can pretty much kind of allocate some of that today, right? We don't have to use it all, but we make a good faith showing to allocate at least part of that. And I know we're doing math on the fly, but we know that part of that, we can make sure that those under 75,000, they get a total of 5,000, right? They don't necessarily get it today. If we can agree, we can get it at the 3,000. The other folk, we set it at 300. And use that amount of money with the fact that we come back, let them rerun their monies to figure out where we're gonna pull the 2,000 at a later date, after we run some more money, so that we don't use the whole 6,500 now. Y'all follow? We don't wanna use the whole, just, we need to make a good faith effort. Help me, because I'm trying to start from where you say you are.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, can I just, because I was, I mean, I'm intrigued when you say maybe it sounds like layaway, 2,500 now, and then 2,500 is here. Yeah, sound like layaway. Sound like layaway. If there's a way we could, I mean, I would be open to looking at if we can, an incremental way to not compromise the city's financial position, which is what we've been talking about. And if folk are willing to negotiate and talk about some type of, staggered or incremental thing, I'd be open to looking at that. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I'm not clear about the timeline for a year later, because I think the 6.5 million is all we have for this fiscal year.
Right.
So are you talking about next fiscal year, we would do an additional bonus? Or
I'm open to that. I'm just trying to start from where you were with you said, okay, we have 6.5 million, right?
Right.
We know we have a number of people that have requested that we look at the 5,000, right? So if you bifurcate that, along with your saying that you would like to be able to give the upper wage earners something, so we give them a $300 bonus out of this 6.5, plus we do at least a 2,000 or 3,000 bonus for those less. We come back and we see how much we have to add to what's remaining to get us to the 5,000.
I guess that's the part where I get stuck, is that
Where do we get it from?
Where do we get it from this year?
I think that's why we got to look at some numbers before we decide where it comes from. But they will have the promise that that's coming.
And that's another thing, is that we can't make a promise for a future city council. So we can't promise, we can't say, we'll give you 2,500 now and we'll give you 2,500 next year, because we aren't the group of people who's going to be voting on the budget for next year. We could afford to give everybody under $75,000 a $2,500 bonus. That would be under the 6.5. But we can't guarantee them more later. That's actually, that's less than the city manager's recommendation for those folks.
But I'm saying, I still want us to try to get there. If we can also, like we said, we're going to have to do an amendment. If we can also, during that time, figure out where else we might be able to capture some savings so that we can get to that $2,500 in this fiscal year. They're going to have to go back and run some more numbers. But I think there may be a number of places where we can try to capture some of that so that we can have us there. Now, you all know more about the numbers than I do.
I don't want to pretend there's magic money out there.
No, it's not.
For folks, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I want to make sure that we leave some of this 6.5 so that we will be able to allocate that to make sure that we can finish what they've asked of us in this fiscal year.
Okay. Yeah, we know approximately how many employees make less than $75,000, and we know what a $2,500 bonus will cost the city.
Right.
And that is within the range of what the manager has said is safe for us to spend without damaging our financial status. We won't have an exact number, but I think we'll have it close. Would you agree, Madam Manager, that it's close to what, that the number of employees that you said make under, I think it was under 79, not 75, but that was the number that you had, times that bonus amount, that would keep us in the range that we need to be in order to not overspend and jeopardize the bond rating?
So there are about 1,700 employees that would get the bonus. That would be
1,700, okay.
Yes, 17, but we did not.
Yeah, and it's further complicated by the fact that they're across different funds, so we would have to know what fund folks were falling into with their salary. And so what you're voting on is an ordinance for each, the ordinance includes all the individual funds. So to be able to do it today is impossible. You can only really do what we've calculated today. Now, we can go back and calculate that, but we cannot tell you what an ordinance would look like today, which is what you would need to vote on.
Okay, but we could ask you to come back with ordinances we could give you a direction to then come back with an ordinance that would do these things. And then you could come to our, okay.
Yeah, but if you were.
We can't,
we vote on something you don't have in front of you.
We can't vote on the ordinances, I understand. But we could express the intention to move forward with that.
Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. What it seems like there's consensus on from what I have heard, is that it's 6 point whatever million. It seems like that is the total amount of money, and what our ask is there a way to get the folks who are at the 3,000 tier up, and a way to bring the 2,000 tier down? It may not get folks to 5, right? But it will get them closer, and it would bring back the tier that's making 2,000. I guess it's over 90. So I think that's what I'm hearing, folks, that they're interested in that. And I understand that for staff, it would take doing all this again. And I wanted to suspend the rules and vote on it today because I thought, it seemed like there was a lot of urgency from our workers, and I wanted to get money as quickly as possible into their bank accounts. I also understand that they are hoping they get more money, so that's going to take more time. It's kind of this. If you want money in October, it's the plan in front of you because that's the ordinance language. That's the legal language we have in front of us. If you would like to hope, some are going to get more, closer to 4, maybe not everyone's going to get 5, then that is not a decision we're going to be able to make today, and staff's going to have to go back around, and it's going to be at least another agenda cycle, which means that money is not going to show up in your paycheck in October. It's going to show up in your paycheck at the earliest November. So those are the realities right now.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you. I would just ask what it would look like if we were to move forward with today, the bonus recommendations, and to find, I guess, some savings to cover the under 75,000, get an additional 2,000. So the only thing you would need to go back and look at would be to figure out if there was 2,000 for the 1,700 workers, which comes out to, hold on one second. It's 3.4 million plus the 25% is 850,000. So that would be 4.9. Hold on. It's about 4.9.
It's okay. I just don't want to, to the point, I think the thing is that it's straight numbers, but it comes from different funds. So the reason that there is a discrepancy on one of the slides from the 4 million plus to the 6 million is because that's from the general fund, but not all of the workers who are going to get a bonus. Is it coming from the general fund? We have to think about the folks who part of it, a percentage of it is going to come from transportation because that's its own fund. Part of it's going to be the folks who work in water, right? So I think that's part of the tricky part, which is why thank you, staff, because I didn't go to school for this. And so I think that that's, again, the conundrum we're in. If we want to do something different than the language that is presented to us today, we have to table the conversation. If folks want to get the money in people's paychecks, then we accept what is in front of us. And those are the two options. We can haggle more, but those are essentially the two options because staff has to come back and route all of those numbers in the proper funds so that we can get a full picture. Thank you.
So if I could just wrap that up, I think that would be moving forward with that today and then asking staff to go back and look at finding that 4.9 million.
Say that again.
So essentially it would be asking staff to go back and look at the budget and see if there's savings that could be used, whether it's in whatever fund regarding water, transportation, whichever one it is, and then also moving forward with the current recommendation.
So as it relates to savings, we come every quarter to give projections, and those projections, represent what we've already spent and what we expect to spend for the rest of the year. If any time that we make a change to something that already has been authorized, if we're going to recognize savings within a year, then we actually have to cut that off so that it doesn't get spent and have it moved to another place. And so that is, I mean, the city is mostly salaries. That's where most of our budget is. We do not have a lot of places to cover
So would
other things.
it be possible to come back with that in the next quarter? Because this is September, so that would be December. Would it be possible to come back with it by then?
So you're asking that we come back at the end of the second quarter to tell you?
If there's savings enough.
But I think to the city manager's point is we would have to cut those expenditures to assure there was savings. And so that would mean and the majority of our budget is personnel. So that would mean cutting personnel or positions at that point.
Or it could be freezing
positions, something like that.
Something
Yeah,
like
something like
that.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
Councilman Williams.
Yeah, Councilmember Freeman, are you asking to go forward with what we have today and then add an additional for something, find an additional for something, which will ultimately equal about 10 million?
It would, but it would be based on, it would be allocations. It's not actual dollars, is what I'm saying. Is that if you can find 4 million in savings, you're not moving any money. You're not taking any money from anywhere else. You're moving it out from savings.
Okay. So, again, Madam, yeah, I was about to ask you.
So all of the savings that we have to use, it already currently exists. So it is what we have here from previous years is already known. What you're talking about, I believe, is savings in the current year. And the only way that we actually get savings in the current year is we identify things that can be stopped, haven't already been spent, and it's mostly, that's mostly positions, which would mean if we're going to reallocate something that's in the adopted budget from one place to another, we have to cut it off from the place that it is so that it can be used for the other purpose. And most of what we have is salaries across our organization. We do have operational, costs, but is not significant. So we would have to find what we're going to freeze and not spend it, which means if we don't recruit for it or we don't, enter into a contract for it, that is the only way that we actually find money in the current budget to bring to you to spend for another purpose. Because once you allocate something to a bonus, you are going to spend that. It's not going to be something that you may spend or you may not spend. It will be spent. And even to put this in the budget, these bonuses proposed, we are already assuming we're going to have a positive budget variance of $10 million. We're basically already saying we're either going to have have more revenue come in than we budgeted or spend less, but we're not identifying where that is. If we specifically say we're going to use it for something and put it in the ordinance, then we're going to have to take it from someplace. It's not magic. It can't just happen.
I think that's why I'm saying, by the end of the quarter, because there are third and fourth quarter expenses that have not been expended yet.
So just to finish my comment, I'm not interested in going over the 6.5 right now. I'm interested in, I'll be open to finagling, shaping some things around, but I'm not going to put us in financial straits to where we can't respond to natural disasters or we're taken away from, the cushion that's going to happen next year. So I think, and I'll make the motion, but we either take what we have today and we take this today and pass it, then October 1st or the beginning of October, the first paycheck, people are going to start seeing money in their pocket. If we don't, then it's going to take time to go back and work the numbers. I sucked in math. Math didn't make sense to me in college until statistics. I'm not going to calculate in real time with very limited information. So I'm willing to be able to go along with setting policy to get people more money, but I'm going to do it the fiscally responsible way. Thank you.
So what I'm hearing now is either we accept this recommendation or we have to send you all back to the drawing board to rework these numbers. So for instance, you know, and this is my naivety about how this process works. We could not say we want to move forth on the 3,000 and then for those ones who are making 57,000, that's what you have right here, below 57,000, come back and rework the remainder of those recommendations at another time. We could not do that today. We will have to ask you all today is to go back and rework the numbers in its entirety. You cannot bifurcate it. We either have to accept all this as it is now or not accept it.
Yeah, because you would need a
But you
different,
can't
you'd need a different amendment, and I would have to calculate what,
So you have to go back and do
what the
your
3,000 for even the 57,000 and below. I would need, you know, that's a total number. It's not broken out.
Yeah, so I'm trying to, because see, I know we all got to try to understand. So it's either this today, which I'm not really feeling, or we ask you all to come back and work some numbers. It's where we are.
And the numbers that we come back with, they have to be specific direction for us to work on the numbers. Otherwise, we're not going to know what you want us to do.
So, like I said, for me, it will be the 6.5, lowering the other three categories to try at least the other three categories to raise up closer to the 5,000 mark. So instead of the part-time people getting 1,000, the people over 90,000 getting 2,000, the people over 57,000 to 90 getting 2,500, those numbers would come down, and then I would want to see where the break really should come on those numbers that we talked about, maybe the 75 or 65, so that we get closer to the $5,000 request for those lower earners, and then the bonuses for the higher folk would get down to more like the 300, and we still stay within that 6.5 million. We stay within that number, but just readjust the categories, which gets us closer. Yeah, I think $300 was already in the budget.
The $300 per person is already in the budget, but as we expressed, these numbers include the 300. So the numbers the new money that we need is less by the almost $700,000 that's in this year's budget for the 300. So otherwise, this number here would be bigger. The number you're looking at would be bigger by about about 700 and some thousand.
Yeah, you have already appropriated the $300 in the budget that you passed on June 30th.
So I think we're all clear that we don't want to go over the 6.5 at this point. Do we have some kind of thumbs up for that? We're going to try to stay there. The question is how we allocate that. And that's, I am not really happy with the numbers that I'm seeing here. I would like to be some adjustments on that.
I think that there's one number that we have discussed, and I think Councilmember Johnson mentioned the number for it. The 70, we don't have a number we don't have a number for 75,000 or lower. We know that that's 1,700 employees from another data set that we had. And if all of those employees, 75 or below, that number would be 10 million. So it would go over the number you're talking about.
And that's why I'm saying I want to kind of make the adjustment to stay within that range. We may not get to the 5,000, but for your lower wage earners, they will be closer than the $3,000 is recommended. That's all I'm saying, is that you just,
Madam Mayor, I
You
do
work
have
that,
one request. I don't want to drop the part-time, they only got 500 last time.
say
The
that.
part-time workers, when we did bonuses last time, they only got 500, so I was actually quite pleased because a lot of those folks work in Parks and Rec, and a lot of those people are basically care providers, and as we know, a lot of care providers are undervalued and underpaid in their other jobs, and so I'm not okay with dropping them down below 1,000, so I'm just sharing that.
And I don't think anybody would have any, I know I don't have a problem with part-timers being at 1,000.
So are we at a point,
I'm more concerned about the higher wage, not the
I
part.
think my biggest concern now is we have to set some policy expectation or direction for staff. And I'm cautious about recommending this. I don't know if that takes a special work group. No? Okay, all right.
I think we just need a clear recommendation. The issue you may find is that on the top of the scale, there might be a lower number of employees so that the shift might not be as, that's,
Yeah, so basically the people who are making, let's say 100,000 or more, it's not many people.
there might not be as many people at the top, but yeah, I would have to run the numbers
so-
to be certain of what that
So
implicates.
so it wouldn't have much of an impact.
No, I cannot, I just can't.
It's hard to say.
It's hard to say at this point. So
But
that's,
I think what it sounds like consensus-wise is we're trying to reweight where this equity lens is falling.
Right. That's right.
Madam Mayor, if I might, I think the staff has brought to us a plan that's informed by our values. They know that we've already talked about equity. The 6583693 number is the number, and we're trying to operate within that number. To your point about the steps, I mean, I'm prepared, whatever the council decides, obviously I'll go with it, but I'm prepared today to vote on this plan and commit that the raise is going to be significant after the comp plan study comes. I think that's where we can really, and to your point about the steps, whatever we think those steps should have represented retroactively, we can try and fix that in this next raise after the comp plan, whatever that may look like. Because if we try and fix it retroactively now, then this 6583 number, I think, gets blown up, and we've already agreed that we want to stick within that. I'm committed to doing a significant raise for our employees after the comp plan. I'm prepared to vote on this today, but if the council wants to move forward with tweaking these numbers, 4 and whatever lower on the top end, but I think the staff knew going in what we've talked about. We've talked about equity, something for everybody, something that reflects, the numbers that are there. So I'm satisfied with the work that they've done, given all that the guidance that they've gotten from us in the past and knowing what our values are as a city. Because I'm interested in folk getting money immediately, but whatever the council decides, but I'm comfortable with this today and working on that raise in October or whenever the study comes.
Madam Clerk, you said that there's you texted me and said somebody is online that wants to speak. You let us know who that person is.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, if you could, okay, Mr. Hughes, you will have
Yes.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Donald Hughes, and I'm a homeowner and reside in Durham, North Carolina. And I just had a few questions. I've been watching this all day and really trying to stay informed on what's going on. But my primary question, there's a $6.5 million number that's thrown out. That is the maximum that folks are willing to work with. And I just want to know what's the basis of that 6.5 million. If I was following the slides correctly, what I saw is that the city's currently has a 24.7% unappropriated fund balance of that $264 million general fund. That would leave about 60, I think it's about 64, 65 million in the fund balance. If the goal through the city ordinance is to maintain at least 16.7% unappropriated fund balance, you're talking about a difference of $20 million. So essentially, if we said we're going to spend down below 24.7%, let's just throw out a random number. Let's say we want to spend down the fund balance so that we maintain 20% unappropriated. That gives more money into the ability to give bonuses at a higher level. So I just want to know, why are we stuck at the 24.7% unappropriated fund balance? And is there an automatic trigger in terms of the credit rating if we decide to drop down to 20%, or let's say we go to 21% or even 18%? I just don't want that 6.5 million to be a sticking point when we can tap into more of our unappropriated fund balance, if that is going to get us to a point where we can give folks that are making $75,000 or less the $5,000 bonus. We have to be creative. Some of us in the community have economics degrees and masters in public administration and budgeting. And I think we can offer some insights, but I don't want it to be limited to just one council member setting an arbitrary ceiling, and that restricts or constricts, or constrains the conversation that you all are having on the dais. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, take a moment of personal privilege because we are about needed. Let's take about 10 minutes so we can think through. And everybody, you know, you got an all or none at this point. Is you take what you have today, or we ask them to rework some numbers. So let's take about 10 minutes and we'll come back. All right, we're back in session, everybody. I'm sorry we were taking a little bit longer, but these are heavy conversations and not light thinking. So where we are, I think, is that we either have to vote on the ordinance that's before us or ask that the numbers be reworked and we vote on a different ordinance. And I am open for suggestions and comments about that.
Yeah, I think we need to kind of rework the numbers. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I think we need to rework the numbers.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to suspend the rules and vote and see how the vote goes. That's just me.
Well, I already know that I cannot vote for these numbers like that. So we can,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to propose to staff, or to the council, that we ask staff to come back with 3 scenarios for bonuses that would redistribute a total of $6.5 million among different wage earning brackets of staff, with workers at the bottom receiving additional funding and workers at the top receiving less, though still some amount of bonus. I would say 500 and keeping part-time workers at 1,000. If y'all could come back to us with 3 scenarios that you think make sense for discussion.
Did you say 500 or do you mean 5,000?
500 for folks at the top, so like a minimum,
okay.
a minimum of 500 for full-time workers, 1,000 flat bonus for part-time workers, and then for everybody, that's all the full-time workers, some different options for distributing that funding that would get us closer to, that would get us larger bonuses for lower paid workers by taking some of the funding away from the higher paid folks. I know that we only have something like 300 workers right now that are like over the 90,000, so that there's less money at the top. Like, we can't just redistribute it and have everything work out, but to give us some options for getting folks at the bottom some higher bonuses, and just, you know, a couple of different options that we could discuss at a future meeting.
that gets a thumbs up from me. That gets a thumbs up from me. We're talking about them coming back. Let me look at the city manager to see what the timeline will be. You, go ahead.
So I'm looking at the staff that actually has to run the numbers.
So you're talking about 3 options. Yeah, I mean, ideally, it would be at a next work session. I mean, the next work session, so that we would have enough time to really look at those numbers and run them correctly and make sure that we can give you the ordinances and break them out by fund.
Wow. Okay. Councilwoman.
There were some
I was
folks
just-
asking, oh, go
Okay.
ahead, I'm so sorry.
1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, that way.
I was just going to say that if it's amenable, it might be a good idea to figure out how long it would take you, and then to set a special meeting still, because I do think that it's a ways out for the next work session.
Madam Mayor, just, the next work session is October 5th for those folks who were asking from, yeah, I'm just making sure I'm not mistaken on that. It is October 5th. Basically, next week we don't have meetings, so it would be the week after that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Of course, as I said before, you know, I'm amenable to the council that. I guess my concern is that because we've already put these numbers publicly, I mean, I'm concerned about communicating that. So are we saying that 90 grand is what it takes to live in Durham? And therefore, you know, you're the pot, that's the number that we can take from to, I mean, I just wish we had done this, you know, before today. Now that we've put these numbers out, there are folk, I mean, if we're, Yeah, I think that the staff has done a great job with this, but just knowing that tweaking these numbers now, I'm just concerned that we're communicating that we're suggesting that $90,000 is the amount you need to make to live in Durham, where you can afford actually to have your bonus tweaked. So whatever that brings, but I'll abide by the obviously the decision of the council.
I think we have 6 who are in agreement to kind of rework these numbers with the 3 different scenarios. This is a recommendation for a bonus, so all we're doing is asking for other recommendations in my mind that get us closer to what the original ask is of our workers. And I think we owe them that to give us more scenarios to consider other than just one. We are grateful that the staff has worked really hard for that, but I think that we can still tweak it enough to get us to closer to letting our workers know that they are being heard, and we are going to ask our management to tweak those numbers. And I think the suggestion by Councilwoman Johnson is amenable to at least 6 of us to say we just want some other options to get us there. That's all it is. Councilman Williams?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'll never be in, opposition of making sure we are doing what's best for our city employees. I just want to make sure that when we are making decisions like this, or when we're creating policy like this, that we're basing it on actual, we got to know where it's coming from. And I was just asking, I think we were going to do bonuses anyway. I think that was the plan. But I just want to make sure that I fully understand where 5,000 comes from, where 8,000 comes from, not today, but just, in due time, where 5,000 comes from, $8,000 come from, and we're not on the council or on the dais trying to govern based off a number that is deemed arbitrary. I want to know the source or the root or what created that number. If the living wage is X, if the living wage in Durham is X, and every employee in the city gets at least a living wage, I take pride in being able to put a bonus and even more pay over the living wage. But I just want to make sure that we are not, when we say in the community, that we're not, just utilizing arbitrary information. There's a lot that goes into that. So I just want to make sure we're being, when I say fiscally responsible, that's what I'm referring to. And that's just for general information.
May I speak, Mayor? Sure. So even though we will be bringing back 3 recommendations, the more, you said 3? Oh, well, I'm sorry. We're just trying to listen here and see how many options you want to see when we come back and what the limits are around those. And I guess for clarity, one I heard is that you want to keep the same 6.5 million as the total, and you want to have some level of employee where their bonus is 500, and you want to have the other funding go to other employees. Do you have for us where you want those breaks to be? And I would like for us to have at least 1 or 2 or some of those, so that we will not just be creating all of them ourselves, because we could create options that do not meet what it is you're trying to accomplish here.
I think, so yeah, that makes sense. My first thought is to tie it to AMI in some way. So if we could set the breaks at, 60% of AMI, 80, 100, 120, in some manner, so that it's a little bit more, so it relates in some way to folks' ability to afford the cost of living in Durham and isn't just an arbitrary cutoff. Area median income. So folks who are below, say, 80% of the area median income qualify for some kinds of affordable housing. For example, 60% below, you qualify for for more like housing and support. So it's like it's kind of like percent of poverty, but it's locally determined. So like our AMI is different than like Chapel Hills or Raleigh's, because it's based on like local conditions. Sorry, is that okay?
Yeah, so, okay. So you want the breaks to be around AMI?
It's just a suggestion. It's a data-driven way to divide it into ranges rather than being arbitrary, but I'm open to other ideas. It's just an idea I had.
Yeah, so one of them is, the 57,000 is actually a little higher than 80% of the area median income. So the 57,000 is already tied to 80%, but we didn't have the other percentages there.
Yeah, and I was just about to say that the 57 is already about 80%.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so maybe we could look at like more below 60 and then less above 100 or something like that. I mean, whatever y'all think makes sense.
So,
like increasing the bonus for folks who are below 60% of AMI.
Oh.
If we have any, maybe we don't.
We'd have to see what.
Okay, yeah, maybe our minimum is above 60% of AMI.
I don't know, I have not looked at that, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we are all ready to, is that enough specificity to get us started? Okay. All right.
You will.
Okay, so, all right. Okay, we'll come back in 2 weeks, and we're going to have some more numbers. Be patient. We got to get there. Be patient. We're getting there. We made a whole lot of progress today, and thank y'all for coming. 2 weeks, we have 3 more sets of numbers to consider. So, and you all will get them when we get them, okay? Yes, normally what happens is on a work session, they are normally published with the agenda, which normally comes out on that Thursday or that Friday before the Monday and Thursday meeting. So look at those, be prepared to come back, and we're going to get there. We're moving along.
Madam Mayor, the presentation or the numbers will come out on September 28th or 29th. That is when they'll be available to council, and that's when they'll be available to the public.
Okay. So let me get through this other side, and then I'll be outside to talk with y'all, and we can have some dialogue then. We just got to get through our boards and commissions, okay? All right, thank you, Ms. Ritter. We look forward to you coming back with those numbers. We're getting there, y'all. Let me turn to our clerk now to get us on our boards and commissions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, the council unanimously nominated Terrell Armstrong to fill the vacancy on the Durham Housing Authority Board of Commissioners representing the category of finance. And lastly, for the Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee, council unanimously nominated Luis F. Olivieri Robert and Joshua O. Toth. And that's my full report.
Thank you. We now turn to our city manager to settle our agenda.
All right, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Durham City Council, for consent, we have items 1 through 5 and 7 through 19.
I'll entertain a motion to settle our agenda.
So moved.
Been moved by Mayor, Councilman Williams, and seconded by Councilwoman Hosey Hyman. All those in favor, if you would sign by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed have the same right. Hearing none, that motion passes unanimously. Just 2 quick announcements to make sure that we don't forget. We'll need an update from Councilman Williams and Councilwoman Freeman. I think we're almost at the point where we're finalizing dates and times for the SCAD committee, and we already have the letter drafted. We just have to confer. I think we're working with 2 professors to try to make sure that they'll be available on those dates that have been chosen to facilitate. So that's the hold up on that. We're trying to make sure that we have some facilitators in place. You should get a letter as soon as we're able to confirm those. It's all ready to go. We're just trying to tie that up. Also, I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem if he could give us an update on his legislative meetings from prior to the summer break about our procedures. So at our next meeting, so we could add that to our work session for next time. Hopefully they'll have time to meet between now and then for an update. Other than that, are there any other matters to claim our attention?
Madam Mayor, it's the 21st night of September, and I hope positivity and love will be in everybody's life tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We're getting there, everybody. We are always Bull City strong as we adjourn 6:43 on 9/21. Bull City strong, everybody. We're getting there. Getting there. Getting there.